What's up, guys? How's everybody doing today? Alright, are you guys chatting? Because I don't remember ever seeing a stream start off with like no chats, not even a first or something, and I'm getting some weird messages on my display. I want to make sure that we're good to go. Alright, what up, John? How you doing, man? What's up, Ron? How you doing? Don't worry, I'm shy too. It's going pretty good, John. I actually finally got a couple of videos that were recorded ages ago, edited and posted, so there should be 2 more video drops this week, at least. Pretty old videos, though, I'm not gonna lie, like pretty old videos. It's gonna be really clear. I think one of them was the Malicious Siege. It was Malicious Siege in Tournament, so that one's quite old. What up, Sky? How are you doing? I didn't, Wojo. By the time I got everything set up for stream, I had to go straight onto stream. I don't think I've been on Discord yet today. Let me see. What do you got, bro? What do you got? Wilburn looks pretty solid, man. Honestly, that Wilburn, I like that Wilburn. Obviously pretty slow. No speed, but pretty solid. Ciara looking good also, man. Huge congrats. What up, pretty boy? How's it going? What's going on, Jax? Oh, let me get the bot running. I gotta get used to having the music coming through my Bluetooth now. I guess eventually I'll probably change to headphones if this seems to work, but especially for those of you who are here consistently, let me know if this is improving the stream quality. I should say that if it's improving the sound quality on the stream, because what happens, I guess without going into all the details, but basically when I run it through Bluetooth, I can't have the sound output at max volume where it's just blasting in my ear the whole stream. So I don't know if that's making it lower it. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think that kind of confirms my suspicion. Like, I don't like streaming in a completely quiet room for hours, so I usually play the music kind of low volume on my speakers. What happens is I use sound filters that actually both elevate and cap the music because a lot of the songs are at different volume levels. So the filters in my broadcast software, it elevates the sound and then it caps it, so it should make it consistent. But the what do you call it? The speakers then play the songs at random volumes based on if it's louder or not, and I think the microphone picks it up sometimes. What up, Ampy? Absolutely, guys. I was probably gonna... that was what inspired the thumbnail, obviously. I did record the Guild War Rush, too. I don't know if it'll make for good content, so I don't know if I'm gonna edit it through or not. Maybe I'll just do it and, like, put it on, put it to music. I missed my first 2 fights. I got everything else. Yeah, John, I don't know if they do or not. It seems like the music comes through at a pretty steady volume on my side, but even a couple decibel changes could change how it plays on how it plays over stream, especially if it's, you know, just the mic picking stuff up. So guys, here we go with the theme of Rest in Peace Guild Wars. Picked up my very first legend. Or the guild, the guild did a legend rush yesterday, and that got me my very first legend on my profile. Now, fingers crossed, they let us keep this. When the guild war goes away, I don't know if they're actually gonna like pull this off our profile, but at least I've got 1 legend on my profile for now. It's probably the only one I'm ever gonna get. So, well, actually, that's not true. We got Siege. Hopefully, we'll get Siege, but. I was kind of, when I said the only one I'll ever get, I was referring to it like a arena RTA type stuff. Yes, John Turtle. The Guild Wars as they are now are definitely ending for the for new content. You can even see that if you go into Guild Battle, it says Guild Battle's overway, or Guild Battle is over, a revamped version is underway. What up, Mahmood? How you doing, bro? The other thing I actually did this month, guys, I finally got around to getting the 30-star TOA Hell. I don't imagine that I'll do it again, but it was good at least just to do it once to get it on the profile. Oh, the other thing I did this week was drop 100 points in RTA. Yeah. Exciting stuff, man. It was brutal. Actually, I dropped 130 points. I'm starting to climb back up now. But to be fair, I completely rebuilt half of my box, and I did not rebuild the other half of my box, so I'm short on monsters, and a lot of times I'm kind of not sure which monsters are actually rune. But I'm also testing a lot of different things, trying to figure out what can work, what won't work, and so that makes it a little bit trickier too, because I'm just forcing a lot of different comps in right now. It's a weird comp. It's a weird comp. I'm very confused at what he's trying to do. I'm super confused, and I think I lose. Well, we don't care about Haygang. Why would I ban Haygang? Yeah, let's do that. That's such a weird draft. I mean, it works, obviously, because I think I probably lose, but that is such a weird draft. I'm not sure what the Ganny is really going to ventilate effectively here, though. Oh, okay, well, you know, him stunning Riley to start, that certainly doesn't help. I think he just noticed that the Nana is squishy. Okay, let's do this. And let's attack break. Perfect. Man, this Ryu does not care about attribute. I'll give him that. Okay, I guess it was as bad and weird of a draft as it looked like. I thought he just beat me because I was so confused by the draft. I couldn't figure out like what he was doing. It did help that the Bulwark resisted. That made a difference. Yeah, he had me super confused though. You know, let's try something different. Well, no, I showed the Sakma now, so I'm not going to show him something different. Sorry, guys. Oh, that one's not going to feel good. Yeah, I've been trying to test Kraka Shizuka. Has not been effective for me, but I feel like it is working for people, so I think maybe I just haven't quite figured it out properly yet. Also, I've been on like just this absolutely obscenely bad run of accuracy resistance, like right there, literally. As I'm talking about it, I get resisted. I think my Oliver has been resisted 100% of the time for like 30 straight attacks or something. It's just freaking insane. Okay, so we need to get into her first. Hey, we actually landed something. That's a miracle. He'll probably stun the Oliver. He'll land everything with glancing. Even though it's 100% not to, he'll still do it. Alright, Molly, you cannot cleanse that Juno, please. Thank you. Hey, resistance. Beautiful. Which means I can't go into the Juno, doesn't it? But I have to go into the Juno. Crap. At least we got the cool time, but yeah, that's a loss. Ah, nice stun there, Juno. Nice stun. And bye-bye, Oliver. Yeah. And glancing. This has been such a bad, insanely bad RNG run. Look, I mean, like, Oliver is, of course, max accuracy. And resistance. Segment's max accuracy also. I'm just saying. Also, I'm pretty sure this Tessa only has 4 runes. So that probably did not work in my favor. Yeah, now that I think about it, that would explain why the Tessa didn't kill the Juno. I'm pretty sure the Tessa only has 4 runes. Okay. You know what? It might be time to rune Tessa, because that's at least the 3rd time that I've drafted this Tessa without runes. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead. I would say it's time to rune the Tessa. I think Tessa's going to have to jump the list a little bit. Because yeah, that would have definitely gone better if the Tessa had runes. I'm just saying. Probably would have gone better if the Tessa had runes, right? I wasn't, even with all the bad RNG, I wasn't that far from a win until Tessa, you know, couldn't land a freaking anything. And that's you know, that's the function of only having 4 runes. Alright, so Tessa was supposed to, actually it's just supposed to be Juno before Tessa anyway. So let's do the Juno session, or let's do the Juno. So I'm gonna show you guys the, let's put this up, let's bring this down. Oh, well that's Excel. We'll bring that down too, bring that down. And let's bring this up. So let's go ahead and run a couple builds real quick. There we go. Alright, so we do need to import an updated JSON. Okay, Oliver's done, Bulwark's done, Nana, Dominic, Volantis, Nikki, Masha, Ethna, all done. Riley is done, Molong, Kraka, Shizuka, Verd, Sekhmet. I don't remember if I did the Antares. We'll leave him alone. I don't think I did the Magnum. I don't think I did the Rika. Hagang is done. Sagar is done. He's probably not going to keep that build. And I don't remember if I did the Ryu. Beelzebub's done. Leo's done. Juliana's done. And the others are not. Okay. Wojo, so you know how community help works. It's 30 minutes. R5 takes me about 5 hours to build for most people. Best case scenario, like if somebody just has amazing runes, amazing box, everything else, it can be 3 hours. So, I mean, I will do 30 minutes of what I can, but to be fair, I'm probably not going to be, I don't know what I can really do in 30 minutes, to be fair. Like, because I've already done a video on it. And the video that I did, even the video I think is 30 minutes. But yeah, I mean, my best suggestion to you is going to be to follow the video. So like if you had an R5 and then if you had a solo R5 team and it was just broken, I could take a look at it and like try and diagnose it. But if you don't have a solo R5 team at all, then like my best recommendation is just going to be to go follow the video that I did. And then if you were like stuck and you needed to know like what some of the alternatives from the video are, then I'd be able to help. Yeah, always learning. So yesterday was the last Guild War ever. They're bringing in new guild content. Guild War is going to turn into like Rivals. It's going to be like AI instead of against other guilds. And then there's going to be like 2 other new guild content things coming in as well. Alright, so for the Juno, we are going to be going speed, and we don't really care about the other stuff. I think we want her on will. We're going to go no broken sets, no locked runes. And then we do want her, I'd say at least 260. I don't know what a Vampire of Juno is going to look like for me on 260, but I want to try it. So we'll do this, and then average damage, single target, with a speed buff, 1200 enemy defense, max. Apply. And we're going to need more stats than this, aren't we? Okay, 0 builds found. So we'll take, it's going to be speed for sure on slot 2. I will go attack HP crit rate, and then I'll take HP or attack for the 6. Let's see what that looks like. What up, Pipivin? How you doing, man? Ooh, 112% efficiency build's not bad. Alright, 261. I actually want her a little bit faster than that, but I love the efficiency and the HP in these builds, so I might accept a little bit slower. I might also have some ability to regrind. Here's a 265, but the crit rate's too high. Let's do that. Okay, 267. 267, that's where I want her. Okay. So now we can start to focus on HP. 3 builds. That's it. Okay. Alright, so between these 3 builds, we lose all the efficiency, but that's fine. I'll live with that. I would say this one's got a slightly better use of stats, but this one's probably the better overall build. It is. Let's go ahead and equip and lock this. And now let's go ahead and figure out what the Juno will look like with artifacts. So we're going to force include the Juno. And optimize. And highest damage, 2264. I like that. And it's not even using runes that we need from anybody. Okay, perfect. So we're going to turn this back on. We're going to turn this one off. Alright, so let's come over here to our Juno. We're going to take a Vampire 1. I don't know if the Vampire Juno is going to be effective or not, but I want to try it. Let's see if we can grind anything. We cannot, so we need a Will 2, so we'll go back to that one later. We're going to take a Vampire 3 with 24 speed. That is this one. 5 crit rate gemmed in. Interesting, interesting. Okay, I knew I did have at least 1 legend there. I knew it would derp too. There you go. Alright, now the question is, do we keep... This is a nice rune. Nothing grindable, okay. Do we keep that 5 crit rate that's gemmed in, or do we change it out for defense and leave her at 96 crit rate? It's an interesting question. I don't know the answer. But I think I can gem in the defense, and then if I don't like the crit rate, I can always gem crit rate back in. So I think, yeah, I think the answer is we give her defense to start, and then we see if it's really burning us by only having 96 crit rate or not. That seems like a logical choice to me. So let's do this. Yeah, because the defense is a little bit low. I think this is a much better build, and I can always... well, never mind. I guess we're just going to leave it at... Oh, the defense is innate. Oh, I missed that. Innate defense. Okay. Well, now, still same question, because I don't love the low gem right here. Do I want to do flat HP? That does not seem worthwhile. Do I want to do accuracy? That does not seem worthwhile. I certainly don't need crit damage. So even though this is not particularly efficient, like she doesn't need to go to 103, we're going to go ahead and just regem that. And then we're actually going to run this one more time in the optimizer with the new gem and see if that changes the build. So let's give this 7 crit rate now. Equip that. Let's come back over here to the optimizer. We're going to run with pretty much the exact same criteria. We'll disable that. We'll drop that. And we'll rerun and see if that changes the build that we come up with. It does not look like it does. This one, oh, actually it does. It does change it a little bit. Okay, but it doesn't give us anything better. It doesn't actually give us anything better. It gives us 2 different builds, but they're the same thing. Okay. 25 axe. So the current build we wound up with was a little over 33,000 HP. So this one looks like a better build. It's 1 speed faster. Yeah, let's switch over to this one. Oh, look at that. There's going to be another regem opportunity. Let's come back over here. We're going to go Vampire 3 with lots of speed. That's this one? No. Oh, it's a Will 3. Okay, it's a Will 3, and it's not a regem opportunity because it's Ancient, right? Yeah. Okay, so I don't know that I actually want to waste that rune on Juno when I already have a pretty effective build already, but let's just take a look. Let's just take a look at what it looks like here. So this would be the alternative. Not that one, that one. And then we would keep the same 6 with the 10 with the HP flat. We keep the same one. We now use a Vampire 2. That's going to be a speed rune over attack percent. That's ungrinded, actually. That's not bad. This one? Yeah, this one, right? Okay, so we can grind this. I should take bets on whether or not we'll get a +7 on any of these 3. We'll get to use about 20. Hey, we got a +7. Okay. Oh, we can't grind that, but we can grind this. All right. So we're going to gain everything. Actually, this is a better build. Yeah. This is a better build. Okay. Okay, so Vampire will be at 268. That looks solid. Good HP. Okay, now for the artifacts, we are going to take... Actually, for the artifacts, we're going to run this one more time now because the build itself actually changed. So let's make sure we're still using optimal artifacts. Let's go ahead. We need to move the slot 2 up to 15 and save. And then we need to grind this bad boy. So I'll come back over and show you guys in the optimizer. So we're going to grind in the attack at a 7, and we're going to grind in the HP at a 7. Oops, the attack should grind to 7. There we go. Alright. So now we're going to come back over here. We're going to force the Juno build. Come back over here, we're going to re-optimize. Oops, we want to turn that on. There we go. Yeah, look at that. We get a little bit more damage this way. Okay. So those are going to be our Juno artifacts. So we need additional damage by speed 88 and 99. So we'll take additional damage proportionate to speed. Oh, those are both attack. Actually, you know what? For the Juno build, I think I'm okay with that. So we want 99. This one? Yeah. Attack, speed, HP, and a little bit of crit damage. And then we need this one with the skill 3 crit damage, kind of weak. Is there something that has a little bit more synergy on the 4th sub-property? Oh, yes there is. 127 speed. Oh, and it's a defense one, so that's not bad. Okay, so this has way more synergy. Okay, skill 2 accuracy, there we go. Whoops. It's gonna apply. So there's our Juno. So always learning, there's 2 reasons for the vampire build. One is now with Juno's speed buff, she has that crazy cycling and people target her early, so this gives her the chance to solo a little bit. It helps her ability to solo. The bigger reason is because right now I'm testing Shizuka Kraka. All my freaking LDs want Despair, man. So the Volantis is already in a 181 Despair set. Kraka's only 267, but with the crit rate build, I still need Despair runes on Ryu. I still need Despair runes on a couple of other monsters, and so the quality of the Despair runes that would be left over for Juno was really low. So this allows me to go from Wojo. So the problem is Masha, man. I don't like Juno off will because of Masha's. The only way that I think Juno can be off will would be if she gave her 100% resistance right now, or if you're first picking Masha yourself. But, I mean, maybe that's just me. That's the kind of comps and teams I'm playing. But my win rate with Juno is about 35% so far, and that's almost entirely due to Masha's just sniping out the Juno right on turn 1. So this to me is probably a better build for right now. I don't love the lower HP here. There were builds that had a lot more efficiency. If I drop her even just 5 speed, I can get a crap ton more efficiency. And so let's just see, like when we were at 263, I think there were builds that were like well over 110% efficiency. So let's see what the comparison is for that 4 speed. Because I'm not 100% sold that that 4 speed is the be-all end-all either. I mean, it does give me better speed tuning, but that's only just on... Like, that better speed tuning is only occurring on turn 1. After that, Juno's going to self-speed buff. So yeah, here we go. 110 speed. So just curious, what would this look like? So we give up 7 speed. We gain resistance. That doesn't really mean much for us. We gain accuracy. That doesn't mean much for us. The HP stays the same. The attack goes about the same. But this is actually not a better build. Okay, so that was really a pretty helpful experiment, to be honest. We'll try this one more time at 30k. Let's see if there's anything else that's like more useful. So let's cap the res at 15 because Juno doesn't need it. So that would be this build. In this case, we're dropping HP, we gain attack, we gain a lot of defense, but I think overall the build we have is probably, it may not be more efficient, but it's probably better. With the extra speed being tuned on turn 1, that does matter a lot. So yeah, I think that's probably the correct build for Juno. And now let's go ahead and build the Tesarion. I'll also show you guys, here is the spreadsheet that we're working on. So Juno wound up at 268. We're shooting for 260 on the Tesarion. So Juno actually wound up 1 speed under where I wanted her. I had wanted her at 269, but I think that's okay because there's also one of those runes could be at least one of those runes could be regrinded when I get a legend. So we're okay with the Juno at 268. She's going to be equal with the Kraka, which is fine. A little behind the Julienne, which is not ideal. That's why we wanted the 269, was to get her in front of the Julienne. But on a 33 lead, no, it's the same thing. 33 lead, she's in front of Molong, or she's tied with Molong. She's still a little behind the Kraka and the Julienne, but that's fine because a lot of times she's going to get speed buffed. So, alright, it looks like we're going to have to put a 5-second mode onto chat, which sucks. I hate doing that, but I think that's what we're going to have to do. So we'll do customization, slow mode. Let's try it with 3 seconds. We'll try it with 3 seconds and see if that's effective. Alright, so next build is Tessa. We're targeting 260 on the Tessa. Oh. Just make sure that this is equipped and locked. Nice, Wojo, but don't worry, I think Sky's here to help. Alright, so the bot's up, guys. Let's go ahead. I think here's what we're going to do. We're going to get, first of all, we're going to get the first drawing going away. We're going to do this one different. I'm going to make this unlimited. I'm going to make this effectively unlimited. We'll let you guys go into 1,000,000 points. However, entries stay in for the stream. Entries stay in whole stream. And you guys can just keep stacking in more if you want. So we'll open up the giveaway. Alright, so max damage going to be 12k. We don't need any accuracy over like 88, so waste. What? Wow, okay. 91? Yeah, so, okay, so 89. We're going to be doing an 89 accuracy build apparently. Let's see, highest efficiency 109. That's got 88 crit rate, so that's perfect. We get to our 85 right here. 100 would be better, but 110 is too much, so let's cap that off. So we can say anything in the 90s would be fine. Damage range right now is 89 to 11,000. Effective HP 174 at 9733. So that's going to give us a minimum damage there. And then we can bring this up to 150,000. I'm happy with that. And then like this will go 26.6. I'm happy with that. And that brings us to one build. So that was pretty quick. Wusa and Fang lose runes. I'm okay with the Wusa losing a rune. I don't even think the Wusa's built yet. Is Wusa built yet? If Wusa was built, Wusa can be rebuilt. Let me see. Now, Wusa's priority 22 on the new list. So we're fine with that. Let's come back over here. It's unfortunate that the Fang's going to lose a rune, but Fang is a whole lot easier to rune than Tessa, so I'm okay with that. So we're going to go HP percent 25. This comes off the Fang. Oops. That's going to be here. Then we're going to take a Bio 2 with speed over HP is 29%. That's this one. Going to have a Will 3 with 25 speed. Six crit rate. That's this one. We're going to take a Will 4 crit rate with 22 speed. 22 HP, that's this one. And we're gonna have a Bio 6 accuracy rune. That'd be this one, I think. Yep. And then we have a Bio 5 with 25 speed coming off the Wusa. Okay. Yeah, Wojo, Siege is still a thing, man. Siege is a major piece of content. They need to fix it at some point, but it's not going away. Guild Wars, I think most people had started to get really bored of. It became just like, it was a very draining thing. It was like Having to do it twice a day, I mean, it's a good way for Summoner's War to keep people logging in and get them engaged, but at the same time, it's also just draining, man. And I think there was a thing where just, it got, like, most of us just cleaved every attack. I don't know about most of us. I can't speak for 500,000 people, but I can speak for myself. I just cleaved every time. I didn't care if I won or lost, because if you win 4 or 5, you've still contributed to the guild, and if you bruiser every Guild War match, it's just not fun because the rewards aren't there. So I just cleaved every match, win or lose. And if it wasn't cleavable, I cleaved it anyway. And I think a lot of people were in the same boat as me. Whatever ratio of people that was, I think a lot of people were in the same boat as me. And I think that was kind of what it came down to. Ooh, that's a big drop in damage. Okay. Go 30. Can't even do it. Okay. 226. Maybe one of them will be defense this way. Defense is already pretty high, though. Yeah, there's no value in a defense rune, actually. There's no value in the defense rune here, so let's do this. We'll just go attack. We'll make more of a damage Tessa. 955. Let's go ahead and re-optimize one more time. We'll change this to... No, I really wanted a 15. At least 15. Okay. So we're going to do this. 16 down from water, 5 from light, 5 from wind. That seems okay. Oh, that seems nicer though. So does that. So does that. I know it's telling me to take this one, but this one doesn't make as much sense as the others do. I kind of like this one. 20 down from water is pretty big. The down from light doesn't do much though. 19 down from water with attack up effect and CD. I feel like this is probably the winner. This is a little better than what the optimizer showed us. Oh crap. I have to manage these, don't I? Okay, that one's done. That's, I can't sell out of this menu. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's do normal. We clearly don't need life drain here. What up, Anthony? How you doing, man? What up, Carlo? Damage on light's not bad. That's a good molly thing right there. Speed plus. Do I like speed plus more? I kind of do. Speed. Messes up turn orders, but it doesn't matter. Nah, you know what? I like the damage on light more. Damage on wind would be better. Damage from fire. That's best. Okay, we'll take that. And then on the other side, we want skill 1, skill 2 crit damage with, the accuracy is not ideal, but skill 1 crit damage, skill 2 crit damage. That's this one probably, yeah. I mean, that's not bad. The accuracy we don't need, but that's not bad. Okay. So more of a damage built test, so we'll try that. Super low HP makes me kind of nervous. Way too much defense also. I don't know if we can adjust any of this. Where's all that defense coming from? 19, well, you can't change that. Where is the defense coming from? It's here, because this is a 26 defense rune. Okay. So my only other option would be to go with this. This balances the build more. I lose 2 speed, but I think that's probably better. Hotshot, they are replacing Guild Wars with new content, bro. They're replacing Guild Wars with new content. Yesterday was the last Guild War ever. Yeah, no, the accuracy is essential on Tesarion. For him to serve his role, he needs that accuracy. I'm doing well, Colin. How about yourself? Alright, so we got the Tessa built. Let's get this rerunning. Well, they just announced it recently also, Hotshot. It was just announced like 3 days ago. Wait, let's keep the attack ones. Keep those. Guys, don't sell these at home. This is just me making space so I can farm more for Vio and Will, but obviously these are not sells for most people. Yeah, Hotshot, there's 3 new guild contents coming in. I'm not 100% clear on what they're going to be like. There's one that's going to be like guild rivals, so I guess it'll be like arena rivals where you still get to do a guild war kind of thing, but you don't fight other guilds, and I don't know if there's going to be a ranking or like anything really. It's just not super clear yet. And then there is there's like a group event where you kill king slimes, and then so John, they switched up the timed one. It's now going to be 2 12-hour sessions, which I think that's actually pretty cool. I like that. So you only do it twice a week. It's not as time draining, and it does cover a 12-hour thing. Hopefully that's going to be good. And then there's going to be inter-server guild battle as well. Actually, the shield ones will keep. We did guard, we did endure. Will, enhance is fine. Tolerance, revenge. Tolerance is clean. Revenge is out. Well, I've been trying real heavy to improve my revenge, so that's why we're keeping the revenge. And then the bio has like a blue in there, right? That one's keepable. That we can sell. That we can sell. And despair. Most of this is gonna be keepable, right? Yeah. Probably these, no, probably this we don't need. Pretty rare to put crit damage on despair, so I would focus for legends. That should be it. Okay, so we got room for 600 more now. So guys, I've actually gotten to the point where I stop looking at anything. It's not the best use of mana, and considering I'm always poor on mana, it's not ideal. But I stopped looking at anything on the main screen because it's so much easier to read them out of the power-up manager. So I just power up everything to 6 before I make a decision. Definitely not the best use of mana, and it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't help because I'm always mana poor, but man, it makes it so much easier to deal with artifacts, which makes it so much easier to actually want to farm artifacts. So on the whole, I feel like it's probably a worthwhile trade-off for me. Get rid of that one. See how much faster it is to just go through your artifacts like this? Power up artifact queue is maybe the best thing that they've added to the game, and I don't know how long. Monster search also pretty awesome, but the monster search isn't available in enough places yet, and it's still not searched by name. All right, why do I keep so many guard enchants? What did I keep for guard? I don't remember keeping that many guard. So legends I just keep of everything. I just keep everything legend, because you never know when you'll get a usable rune. I mean, guard's nothing special, but you'll... I just keep all the legends. So this is ancient. I'm going to keep most ancient stuff. This is ancient. This is ancient. This one I'll probably never use. It'll be more of a place marker. And then the gems, I re-gem everything. So let's say I get a good guard rune that needs an attack gem. I'll throw all 8 of these gems in until I get plus 11. And the gems are harder to get. So basically, I keep any gem that I think I might ever use, I just let them pile up until there's like 10 or 20. Anything legend, I just pretty much always keep, period. Some of these, like this one, maybe I don't really need 4 crit rate ones, but it's the same thing. If the first 3 go 7, I'll just keep throwing them in. This one's pretty unlikely I'll ever use, but it's the only one I have. So yeah, there you go. Basically, I do kind of the same thing. If it's a set that I'm not going to use very much of, I just keep legends. If it's a set that I will use some of, then I keep 5 or 10 heroes at a time. And if it's a set I'm focused on, then I keep all heroes. So hot shot for monster search, when you go into your storages, you can click this little search up here and you can filter. It's not search by name, but you can still filter down a lot. So if I'm looking for my Lucian, I can go with an attack wind monster, right? And then there you go. I can narrow it down by 4-star, and it's a whole lot easier to find the Lucian. I'm not sure what else you might have missed. They've been doing periodic quality of life changes. Those are by far and away the ones I feel were the biggest recently, but that doesn't mean there weren't others that people weren't real excited about too, or that I'm just forgetting. Hey guys, there you go. I'm so glad I got to show you guys something new on stream. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, that was like, I've been calling for monster search for I don't even know how long. This is not the monster search I wanted. I wanted type by name, but at least it gets us closer, right? So you go attack. Now here, I'm pretty sure like my Lucian won't show up because it's not natural star, it's current star. So that's what makes this less than ideal, because I still am going to have to go through. On a box like mine, this only narrows it to 57 monsters. That's about as narrow as I can get. But it was still a whole lot easier to find my Lucian that way. So, and there's other monsters that would definitely be better. Yeah, I mean, well, when Siege came in, most people were like struggling to get 30, 40, 50 Nat 6s rather, 6-star monsters. So I don't really... it was overdue. I don't know about the second Siege came in, but it was way overdue for sure. Oh, wait, there is one more feature that's awesome, guys. There's one more feature that's awesome. If you guys missed it, I can show you one more feature that I truly love. One more quality of life thing they brought in that I truly love. So let's do this, and I'll show you the last one. Alright, so I've got a problem. I've got many problems, but I've got one problem in particular where I'm at 999 right here. I literally, watch what happens. Up to 999 can be stored. I'm full, literally full, right? So let's grab some of these. Let's pull them out. Just do 30. Come up here. Now, could this be better? Yes, but there's an autofill button now, so you don't have to pull all your other crap out of storage. We just come here, autofill, evolve. And then you can do that with evolution. You can do that, like, for example, with this 3-star right here. So now I just did a bunch of those, right? I can bring the, wherever my 3-star is. Did I not take it out or something? There it is. And go autofill and so on. Oh yeah, there's the material rift conversion. I don't like the mana cost on that one. I feel like that one's too expensive. 100k to convert 100 material pieces is awfully expensive. I think that one's disproportionate. But, I mean, I still use it because it's better than not using it, I guess. But, yeah, to me that feels pretty expensive. So that one's over here in craft, other, and then right here, you can pick this stuff that always, like, maxes out, and then you can convert it to whatever you're low on. I guess it's the supply and demand market economics because I'm sitting here saying it costs too much and then I'm using it. So they also reduced the cost to rune swap though. That was huge, especially for high level siege players. Alright, so we have a Tessa and we have a Juno that we can draft now. I lose this, right? Almost certainly lose this. I fall into that Tiana trap way too often. That's a huge weakness in my drafting. But to be fair, I have no other speed leads. Right now, the only speed leads I have runed... Actually, Moore is broken too. The only speed lead I have runed is Oliver, so there wasn't a whole lot I could do there. Just... In my defense, there wasn't a whole lot I could do there. Like, there was literally nothing. Once he went Oliver, Moore, Verd, I don't know if I have anything runed that would actually give me a chance to win. Double resist, did that help or hurt? I'm not sure. That hurt, yeah. Okay, well, we get to do this. We got, yeah, well, he got double resist too, so that doesn't help. Okay. Need to reset the Oliver for sure. Now that's a swift Verd, so let's see. Of course, we'll just glance. Yeah, why not? It's a Despair Chung, by the way. Well, I have Volantis, but Volantis does not let me win this match. From that draft sequence, and with me not having, ooh, that's big. Do I get? I think I get in front of the Verd, right? So I can do this. I should get in front of the Verd with the slow debuff. Doesn't matter though, because I have no way to kill this Moore. Well, and also he gets to push me back, so now I lose. Yeah. It wouldn't have mattered though. I had no way to kill the Moore. Verd will kill Volantis here. Oh, goes into the Masha. So he's going to dismount the Masha. Same difference. Moore kills the Volantis, yeah. Proc? No proc. You got a lot of despair stones. To be fair, I mean, that was a loss. That was a loss from the draft. But to be fair, that could have been closer if he didn't get so many despair stones. Or if I got any despair stones. Or if he, well, no, actually, to be, yeah, you got to take it back to the start though, because he got resisted, or he didn't activate on 2 of my monsters. That forced the Chung S2, but, you know, I had a chance there. I actually had more of a chance than I thought I was going to have on the draft. The Craig will take turn 1, but I've got double cut chances here. I assume the Craig's fast. My Volantis is only 280, so Craig should outspeed. He does. Bird could counter the Chung, Volantis or Hagen could cut. There we go. Okay. Do we land on the Poseidon? We do, so that should be GG. Oh, cocky cuts, but he's got glancing. Max Res Verd helps there too. Okay, I can cycle off this Chung. Yeah. Now, can we get you? Get the slow, that's fine. Yeah. Sky, I have not seen him in ages. I hope he's doing well. I've actually messaged him a couple of times. He hasn't responded, so I hope all is well with him. I know he was going through some tough times last year. The Hagang picks are pretty specifically, it's just the way my box is built. If I don't pick Hagang, I'll lose most of those matches. Because I really don't have the, I only have 1 speed lead rune, then I don't have a lot runed in Swift. So if I just let them CC me, I'm gonna lose those matches every time. He bans Croc, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's 8 voices, hotshot. That could be a loss right there. Oh, that proc. If he doesn't proc, it's not over. Once he procs, it's over. I needed the bub to revive right there. I also needed Masha not to kill right there. That actually hurt me. Yep, that's over. Yeah, the proc into the stun won him the match. I think if he doesn't proc, I'm favored in the match at that point. I feel like I'm favored in that match because I get to kill the Dominic and bring one back. And the Molong S3 is already burned. As soon as he procs, I lose. Well, actually, it's not even the proc, it's him landing the stun. So that's like 10%, because it's 22% on the proc and then 27% on the stun, something like that. Wow, that's a loss. Oh wait, she's a vampire. She can't stun anything. Never mind. I can't be frustrated. I forgot I changed her to vampire, but now she's dead, right? Yeah. Dead in one turn. Fun. Fun stuff. Cytex, it feels the same way it always does, because I get LD slapped in most drafts. That's the reality, is that's pretty much a normal draft for me. I think I'm ahead enough. I'm ahead enough. Alright guys, we got a vacuum robot in the room. Give me just a moment to turn off the vacuum robot. Invasion of the Roomba, indeed, yeah. All right, one more reminder, guys. Community help is open, so anybody who wants to jump in, we're going to be doing our first drawing here in just a moment. Also, one more reminder, guys. I haven't called for it much today. We're at all yet today. So if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to smash the like button. It's how we get bigger streams. We've got to get up in that YouTube algorithm. So if you're enjoying it, smash the like button. Mr. Ralm, I just flashed it in chat right above you. Which is which? So let's fill this one. Realist, if you're still around, the other thing is, Volantis is a little bit like Gianna. If you don't take the Haygang, then you're going to wind up facing the Haygang, but the difference is that Josephine will win 100% of the time against Volantis. So if I draft Volantis and they come back with Haygang Josephine, I've pretty much lost the draft. Like, there's virtually no pivot I can make from that point, at least not with what I have runed, that will prevent me from losing. So that's another reason that I'm so heavy on the Haygang, is I'm stealing him from them before I lose. You know what? I don't know if this is the best place to use this, but especially into the Juno, but I want to test this Kraka Shizuka a little bit more. I feel like maybe this is not the best place to use this. Defense team good with Mi Ying. Interesting question, Sky. So Mi Ying just got the buff. He now reduces more incoming damage. He still needs really high attack rate. I feel like he probably needs a little bit of sustained. Maybe, I wonder if you could pull off something like Mo Long Wusa Mi Ying, or if that's a little too Lucianable. Yeah, the Lucian would just ignore defense, right? So, Wusa Nana Mi Ying. Nana almost anything is usually going to be good, right? Way to not land on the Chung. Beautiful. And land no stuns, so the Shizuka can't push stuns over also. Beautiful, beautiful. Could you land something one time there, Kraka? Or anybody. To be fair, though, I shouldn't have done that. That was a misplay. I shouldn't have procced the Ragdoll at that point. Yeah, that was just a misplay. That was just a misplay. I was just frustrated that I couldn't land anything with all of these freaking units. But that was still a bad play. And how many times is this Masha gonna proc, man? Okay, that's GG now. To be fair, I don't think it was the right draft. Not into Ragdoll Juno. It was the wrong draft. I'm still testing. I'm experimenting to figure out how this comp can work. And I think I made a misplay, but man, bad RNG at the same time. The only way I could win that is if I get the Volantis back in front, but the Chung got a 2-turn reset on the Volantis, so that made it That made it challenging. I feel like he jumped the gun on that one a little bit. This is Kraka Shizuka territory. Shizuka buffs Bulwark, passes back the stuns, yeah. Now we can just ban that, right? Do need something that can do damage. May not have anything rune that can do damage that doesn't get wrecked by this test. I guess Masha. Yeah, Masha. Okay, so we ban the chum. Now Antares is dead to the Tesarion. Ooh, but I can stun him in human form if he doesn't shield. Probably should have cooled myself down there. Okay, that's what I was working towards. I don't like first picking Oliver, but I feel like so many of my comps are dependent upon first picking Oliver. Mr. Wom, yeah, so the thing with Kraka is she can bring invincibility, so it forces them to target her first. It makes a big difference. I don't know if Ethna would work there or not, to be honest. Could test it. I mean, but I think Shihu might be better in that spot. I can reset her. Technically I can reset him too, but she doesn't add damage, so I have more time to try and reset her. Love resistance. Resistance is fun. So are procs. Procs are fun. Dead Dominic. Nice. Yay, max resistance. No, he's rebuilt, Mr. Wong. Come on, bro. Seriously. Oh, that stuff gets so frustrating sometimes. Yeah, of course, bro. %100% proc rate. 100% proc rate. And max resistance for the win. Okay. Oh, man. Man. Okay. Here's the new Dominic, bro. So the Shizuka resisting Dominic was fair. The Shizuka resisting Volantis is max accuracy. The Shizuka, the Shizuka getting 100% proc rate. The Masha getting 100% proc rate. Those were not very balanced. And then I highly doubt that Masha was max accuracy, but the Verd is max resistance. So the Masha also 100% on the Verd. It's like when RNG has decided that you're gonna lose, RNG has decided you're gonna lose. And now I can feel myself very heavily on tilt, so we're gonna draw our first community help after this match, because yeah, I'm tilting hard right now. I don't know what runes he's on. You know, the slots never mattered to me at all. Chung. What is he? He is speed, attack. Well, you just saw him knock at one shot. Okay. I don't think that was over yet, bro. I don't know about that. That was not over. He still had Masha. If he kills the Dominic, the freaking Oliver... Yeah, okay. Maybe that takes me off tilt. But let's... Okay, last chance to get in. Last chance to get in, guys. Well, it worked last time. Let's try it again. I mean, it favored me, obviously, but he got the reset on the Mo Long, so it was far from over. Wonder if it's a Nemesis or Will Masha. Nemesis, perfect. Let's take you out for a turn. I think that's okay. Yeah, so there you go, bro. You were asking if he gets one shot? I don't think I can one-shot that Abelio, so let's just... Oh! The Masha I did not get, though. That hurt. That hurt. And he procced, right? Yeah, he procced. And then he freaking... Why? Why? Why do you have to start spamming emotes right there, bro? You're like, ooh, I'm special because I can proc. Congratulations, you got RNG. That's a good reason to start emoting people. I mean, seriously, dude. So Abelio's procced every single time, and yeah, that's a good chance to just start spamming emotes. See, people like this honestly should be... What is this, bro? What is this? The entire team procs every time. Oh, wow, I got a proc. Seriously, somebody should ban this guy. Like... I genuinely feel people like this there should be a penalty. He should log in and it should be like, your account's been locked out. Hopefully that was somebody who likes to use emotes. Let's just run the same draft. See, that's the benefit of him emoting now, because I'm super tilted, so he'll get an extra win. Yeah, same guy. Same guy. Will I ever miss it? Probably not. I will miss it from a content creator standpoint, because it was a great place to like film reviews and stuff like that, but sorry, to film videos. Yeah, I'm so irritated by those emotes, I can't think right now. I actually do have one siege fight coming up pretty soon. 1 HP. No, let's take the attack for Dominic. I do have a siege video. So from my last siege tournament, I had recorded a 10-0 versus Mali, and then right after siege tournament, I went to Cancun for 2 weeks, and I got COVID, and it never got posted. So it is posted. It is actually edited. It'll be out tomorrow. resistance. Still dies to the Beelzebub, but come on, man. That is not a resistance, Diana. Lewis, drop in the member chat, says, hey, run up the stream likes. Lewis, thank you for being a member for 3 months, man. I appreciate it. All right, that's probably a good place to stop, man. Those emotes got me irritated. Spamming an emote every single match. So let's go ahead and drop the first drawing winner of the day. It is going to be Jax. Jax Hackett, congratulations. So Jax, confirm to us that you're still in stream. Bro, I will never use an emote. I will never use an emote. They're toxic, they're dirty, they should be removed from the game. And just on general principle, I would never use an emote at this point. There's absolutely nothing positive that emotes add to the game. Like, not one single thing. Okay, so Jax, drop me a message in Discord with the login info and let me know what kind of help you're looking for. You know what? See, this is the tilt. This is the tilt right here, because this has been my counter to Masha first pick all season, and it was working, and then all of a sudden I just stopped using it. Crap, Wusa's not ruined. I was planning on using Wusa as the last pick, but Wusa's not ruined. That creates an issue for me. Okay. That creates a big issue for me. Ban the Shizuka? Let's have to ban the Shizuka. Problem with Mo Long there is he was going to ban the Nana. Sorry, not the Nana. He was going to ban the, what do you call it? The Riley. Wait, I didn't even have Riley, did I? Okay, let's hold this. Heal block would have been nice, but of course that is not how today works. There is no such thing as heal blocks today. There's no such thing as not being resisted today, pretty much. Or procced against. Yeah, there's also procced against. Let's not forget that. Yeah, that's GG, right? Yeah, that's GG. All you have to do is not proc or not resist, either way. Hotshot, yeah, I'm testing Kraka Shizuka, which is, it's doing really well for other people. It's not doing well for me yet, but I'm still in early testing. I just haven't figured out the right comps to run it with yet. So the thing is, John, only about half my box is ruined right now. I'm in the process of doing a rebuild. And I want to rune them all in order. So if I put runes on Wusa now, then the Wusa would be out of order. Because Wusa is not going to get priority runes since he's rarely used. That's not toxic. Did you not do enough here? What's the correct ban? Correct ban is Tian Lang. What up, Mr. Astroglider? How you doing, bro? Ah, no, you're good, John. You were good. No, I appreciate the reminder. A lot of times that reminder would actually be really helpful. Resistance, right? Ooh, it's a miracle. Can't actually stun anything, so let's just put in some damage. Okay. Infinite proc day. Now he can bring back the Shan, but it was reset. Oh no, well now he can bring back the Shan because he procced, right? Dead bird. Carlos, update will probably be here in update will probably be here on Wednesday or Thursday. That's usually when they do it, is midweek. So they gave us the dev note, but the actual update will probably be Wednesday, Thursday. All right, so Jax has got his information to us. Let's see, wings and RTA tips or arena offense build. Trying to get a better rank in both. Okay. Yeah, I can show the Juno. I actually built the Juno on stream earlier. So this is the Juno Vampire Will. And these are the artifacts. All right, so we are getting logged into Jax's account on the other screen. Are they blue? They might be. Who knows? Let's see. This one's hero. This one's hero, yeah. I'm not sure, Lewis. I'm testing it out. So in my case, I needed big despair sets for Volantis and Kraka. There really wasn't a despair set left for Juno, so I decided to give the Vampire a test. There's no Guild War tomorrow, so if you actually go into Guild War, you'll see it says Guild Battle is over, a revamped version is underway. So there'll be no Guild War coming this week. Yeah, Lewis, she's got some real, I mean, it changes her usage a little bit, but when you use her in the right spot, she's definitely, you know. It was the Optimizer build, man. Optimizer said that was her best rune, so I went with it. Molong better on Vamp or Vile for RTA? Some of that depends on how you build. Like, I build my Riley to go after my Molong, but generally speaking, I think he's better on Vile. Like, you could see, I lost a match directly because of a Molong Vile proc earlier. That would have been a win otherwise. So, I mean, for me, I generally feel like he's better. I feel like most things are going to be... I can't really say most things are better on Violent anymore because I just built the Juno, right? Let's try this. Speaking of Juno, let's try this. Might be a Lima coming here. Shizuka first pick a lot of times choreographs either Lima or Kraka. Juno should counter both. Do I have enough damage if I take the Heigang here? Maybe not. I don't like the Verd in this spot, though. Let's try this. I think this is a bad pick. I think Heigang's a better pick. I just don't think I have enough damage with Heigang. Yeah, see, now he gets the Heigang. That's the problem. Yeah, Lewis, I pulled Nikki about a week ago. Fulbert's a nice pick there. Thank you, sir. Interesting. John, I mean, if you do an account review on stream, I don't usually use much mana because it's 30 minutes. So I don't think you need a ton of mana for that. Kami, so I'm not positive yet. I've got her on a siege defense right now. This is the RTA build I'm running. I don't know, John, 5 million? It honestly, so much of it depends on what you're really looking for. I mean, a lot of times I don't wind up using any. So it's really hard to say, but I doubt I would ever need more than 5 million. Now, again, we're talking about stream, you know, what we can do on stream type thing. When I do like account services, I usually tell people to have sometimes as much as 100 million. But yeah, for stream, it's different. Oh, Hotshot, I'm not positive because Ace has been tied up lately. He should be getting more active soon, but he's been tied up lately. And I moved to Apocalypse, which then merged to Mithril, so I'm in Mithril right now. All right, guys, so we'll stop there for now. We've got Jax's account up. All right, so Jax was looking for either arena offense or RTA wings. So I think what we'll do, Jax, is I'll give you some thoughts on what could be a good AO based on your box. We'll just save that into your favorites. I'll let you build it, and then we'll do a couple of wings for you. So that way we can do a little bit of both. Okay. No limit today, Rosar. No limit today. And the entries carry through also. They're not being reset. Okay. Looking for a couple of key monsters to start. So maybe you can help us out. Do you have Martina? That would be one of the ones I'm looking for. Do you have Pungbek? I'm assuming you don't have Tiana. You probably wouldn't be asking for help. But Martina and Pungbek are two that I'm looking for right now. See if you have either of those. You do have the Chung. No, you can enter Rosar. Oh, crap. It's not open. My bad. You've got Charlotte. So Charlotte would be usable. But same thing. We kind of need... So you've got Pung. Okay. So then I think one possible offense you could use... Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop, 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 stop. One possible offense you could use... Throw this down here. So you've got the Pung, right? I saw a Gemini. That's what gave me the idea for Pung. So we can go Gemini. I can't find the Pungbek, bro, so let me know if... oh, there it is. There's the Pungbek. Okay. So a Gemini, Pungbek, and then do you have... even if it's not built, we just need, like... Dark Hammer Girl is better. Fire Hammer Girl works. You can also use the Mirane here, but then it eats up a third big rune set. So we'll use the Mirane for now until we see if you have another one. Okay, we've got the Fire Hammer Girl, so that's going to be better. So you actually do not need to build the Fire Hammer Girl for this team. All you need to do is awaken her. So for this team, what you're going to need is the Gemini on basically your fastest Swift, the Dova on your... Well, the Dova is going to have to be right behind your Gemini. So you're going to take your two fastest Swift and you're going to split them together. With the Dova acting behind Gemini, Pungbek's going to be on your Fat Lucian runes. So you use the Gemini strip into defense break. The Fire Hammer Girl is just on triple fight with 0 speed. You don't even want her to act. It's a 3-monster action. All she is there for is her passive, so she gives you additional attack power, basically. You get a 35% boost on the attack power buff, and then with the Pungbek, you're going to want artifacts that give you additional attack power increasing effect. So you use the Gemini strip into defense break, Dova boosts up the Pungbek, and then the Pungbek hits whatever is defense broken. Fire Hammer Girl is there just for her passive and on triple fight. Oh yeah, you're right. So you do need to make sure the Fire Hammer Girl has more HP than the Pungbek. Still zero speed, still triple fight, still not leveled. Just make sure the Fire Hammer Girl has more HP than the Pungbek so that the Dova passive will apply the attack buff to the Pungbek. That'd be the only difference. Or the only thing to note. So that's one offense you can use. That one does have some limitations. It will land... It will peak out somewhere in the C3 range, maybe, depending on your rune quality. But even with perfect runes, especially without Dark Hammer Girl, it's gonna peter out. Like it's gonna get weaker as you go through C3 into G1. I did not see a Tiana. That's what I was looking for, Brozar. Yeah, and I said it earlier too that we're going to assume he doesn't have Tiana or she'd already be in the offense. But yeah, I don't see Tiana here. So if I'm missing her, somebody could correct me, but I don't see Tiana. Okay, another one that you're going to want. Andrew, yeah, we did the first drawing. So another one you're going to want is this. You get this and this along with the Mirene. I saw the Mirene here. And then what we need is a Megan. Do you have Megan built? This one is a very niche counter, but it doesn't cost you any runes to use whatsoever. So it's something that everybody should have built. I'm just going to show you that one on my side. So the reason for this comp right here, this specific comp, I'll show you this on my account. So anytime there is a Leo defense, there's a couple of exceptions. If it's like Leo Juno or Leo Carnal, I might be careful. Like there's a couple of things, basically Perna, a couple of fire monsters you want to be careful about. But for the most part, anytime you see a Leo on defense, even with the Mollies, I'm a little bit less worried. So let's just throw a Leo in here because you get 6 Lucian cards and all you have to do is kill the damage dealer. We'll throw a Leo in here, and then we test this. The build on the Megan here is very specific. So you want your Megan to be on Will Nemesis Fight. Ideally, you would have a little lower defense than I have. The HP is fine, but a little lower defense. You don't want your Megan to be so tanky that the Leo can't proc her Nemesis. But I've never, in this build, I don't think I've ever had a Leo not proc my Nemesis. But you could still make a case for lower defense. And then so I use Will Nemesis Fight. The Will and the Nemesis matter, the Fight runes don't. The Fight rune's just a little bit of a boost. And then I use the Carlos, but double Lucian works as well. Either way, honestly, double Lucian, for a lot of times double Lucian works better. What the Carlos does is he lets me clean up fire monsters. So if there's a Carnal, if there's a Perna, something like that, the Carlos lets me clean it up. So right there, literally, as I said, I've never had a Leo not proc my Nemesis. There you go. We had a Leo not proc the Nemesis. That's because my Leo may not be ruined, though. Or the Leo I just put in may not be ruined. Yeah. Okay. Let's change the Leos. Yeah, that's an unruined Leo. That would cause him not to proc the Nemesis. If the Leo's not ruined, he would not proc the Nemesis. All right, let's try this. Oh. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, so Nemesis procs, Megan brings you up, Mirene gives the 25% attack buff, and then again, either double Lucian or Lucian Carlos, either one is fine. Lucian gets a kill, and now the Carlos takes more attack bar, and he gets the final kill. That should win 100% of the time against any Leo defense. So that's definitely one that you want built. And again, just to show you the runes one more time, make sure that the Megan is built very specifically this way. She can't be so squishy that a couple of Leo procs kill her, but she doesn't need to be this tanky either. Like legitimately, she doesn't need plus 15 runes. She just needs leftover garbage runes. Probably something like plus 15k HP and plus 200 defense is enough. And then the Mirene just in your normal build, and the Lucian's just in your normal build. Alright, so that's 2 arena offenses. Bro! Vrozar, congrats on the Zyros. Yeah, oh, side text. Yes, so Firebat Blacksmith is definitely a suitable replacement for Mirene. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Just because he had the Mirene, I didn't. But anything that boosts your damage off passive. Another one that's suitable is Bernard. Because Bernard gives you a bigger attack lead. So either way, you can take the Bernard and take the 40% attack lead if you don't have Fire Blacksmith, but Fire Blacksmith is going to be better. Now with the Fire Blacksmith, you would go triple fight, 0 HP, 0 speed, and she wouldn't even take a turn, which would make the match faster than the Mirene taking a turn. So either one works. Mirene gives you a little bit more damage. So the Blacksmith will give you 17.5% damage with the attack increasing effect. Mirene gives you 25. Bernard gives you only like 5 or 10. So if you ranked him, it would be Mirene first, Fire Blacksmith, Bernard would be your 3 options. All right, let's see if we can find you one more viable AO. Without Tiana, there's fewer all-purpose AOs. There's lots of good AOs, but without Tiana, there's fewer all-purpose. So one more that I remember I ran a long time ago. It's going to need either... Belinus is best for this. There's other replacements. Belinus is best for this, though. Jax, no, you do not need to 2A Megan. You don't even need to build her. Like, legitimately, I'm saying, you want her on empty stats. And then, because the Leo limits everybody to his speed, the attack bar boost works no matter what speeds your Lucians are. My Lucian is literally plus 13 speed there. And the Carlos is slower than the Lucian, and they'll still always take first turn. So you don't need to 2A Megan, none of that. You're not going to see that many Lucians on defense. You're not going to see that many Leos on defense, but when you do, that's an always win, especially if you have the Carlos. The Carlos works better than a second Lucian because he lets you fight more fire monsters. Because he absorbs all the attack power of the stuff you killed. Okay, so no Belinus, no Rika. We do have Lagmaron. Could we make it work with Lagmaron? Maybe. Lagmaron might work. It wouldn't be my first choice, but he might work. Rocky might work. Barad could work here. Oh, by the way, thank you for the GG, Savage. Updates sometime this week. I don't know exactly when, but it's definitely coming this week because they said no more Guild War content coming out. Alright, what was the actual comp I used to run? Man, it's been so long. Cocky, I think, would go here. Oh, it's Bastet. Okay, yeah, so without the Belinus, we use the Cocky, and then we'll use Bastet or any attack bar booster. It doesn't have to be Bastet if you don't have her. Sadly, Megan now becomes the better choice, so you would need a second Megan in this case. One Megan on Better Swift. Oh, you do have her. Okay. Oh, there she is. I thought I saw her before. Okay. So the way this team's going to work, Bastet's going to be on your fastest overall Swift, or maybe third fastest, because I think the Gemini team is going to be better, right? Like, I think the Gemini Pungbek team will take you further, but if the Gemini Pungbek team faces something you can't deal with, like a Halfit, well, no, you'll be better with the Halfits on that team, but maybe something with, like, lots of revivers, like Pernas and stuff. Pungbek. Yeah, there's teams out there. I'd have to see the teams, but there's teams out there that the Gemini team just can't deal with. So this gives you another option. In this case, I like them more, but you can make a case for more in Chiwu. So here's the two differences. If your Bastet is stupid fast, then Chiwu is better because of the attack bar pushback and the more reliable strip. But if Bastet is on your third fastest Swift, then I like them more better because he gives you that cut opportunity when you get outsped. So either one of these teams should work. Now, the key to this, the reason I like Belinus more than Savannah is because the Belinus defense break is more reliable and he gives you provokes. If you don't have the Belinus, then Savannah is a viable alternative because she gives you the attack bar pushback. One other unit that you could use here, you can't actually. I was going to say that you could use Chung, but he doesn't really work in this comp because you need that AoE defense break. So, like, if you did this, there's no AoE defense break. You could maybe use Varad for a longer fight, because Varad would give you some CC. You could also use Charlotte. It'd be a longer fight, but you get the CC. You could theoretically use Nana, but it wouldn't make a lot of sense. So I think Savannah's probably the best fit for this comp. Now, the problem with this comp is there's so many accuracy checks. So first you have the Moore has to strip, and he's not 100% activation rate, and he has accuracy checks. Then the Savannah has to land her stuff. But generally speaking, this comp will probably get you 85-90% win rate, and it's a decent alternative when you don't have other comps in that place. So it's particularly when you don't have the Tiana. So in this case, you would have your Bastet on your third best Swift behind the Dova and the Gemini. Moore would be on a Despair, speed tune to act in front of Savannah and Kali behind Bastet, and then what would happen is if they attack first, the Moore will cut and hopefully absorb some attack bar so that the Bastet still takes her turn. The Cocky does need to be speed tuned to your Bastet, And then you probably need one more AoE damage dealer to swap in when the opponent is like water heavy, like with aerials and stuff. But honestly, I think most of the time you're probably going to be... And Linda might actually be the one. So you could also put Linda in there over the Cocky, like when there's too much water. But most of the time when there's a lot of water, the Gemini team's going to be the one that you want anyway. So this would probably be the last one, and just rotate the Linda and the Cocky. Cocky will give you just really big pure damage, but he's a little weaker on water. Linda gives you the anti-revive if there's like Pernas and stuff like that. So that gives you 3 pretty reasonable arena offenses. Now for RTA, your C2 on a small box, pretty impressive. Presumably you're running just pure CC at this point then. So where more is Despair Focus, and where's your Swift? So your Charlotte 145, your Verd 194. So the Verd's the Swift. Oliver's tuned. Chung is Despair, I assume. No, Chung's Vile. Vampire, or no, sorry, Despair Nemesis. The Nemesis makes sense there. Juno does not need this much accuracy. Cytex, I looked for the Leah. I didn't see one. But also, well, yeah, he does have everything else. I just didn't see the Leah. Alright, let's see here. So the big thing that stands out to me, I feel like this more needs to be on will runes, because Oliver is a thing. And if the Oliver resets the more, your whole comp falls apart. So right now you're kind of turning Oliver into a force band by not having your more on on will runes. Okay, Chung 241, Charlotte 245. I see what you're saying about the... Yeah, I mean, so the Chung would probably be better in front of Charlotte as well. I assume you're probably using Charlotte for the attack bar boost, and that's why you've got her faster. But I actually agree with Iron Scare that that the Chung would probably be better acting in front of the Charlotte, unless you just put Charlotte on pure Swift. So some people do run Charlotte on Swift for the attack bar boost, and it's actually pretty effective. So you can go both ways. But if you're going to keep the Charlotte on the Despair build, then I would probably put the Chung in front of the Charlotte, so you have that extra strip there. Good AO with Tiana. That's going to be... There's a few good AOs with Tiana, so if you want a bomber one, I would do Ciara, Bastet, John, Tiana. Obviously, Tiana going first, so the real turn order is Tiana, Bastet, John, Ciara. With because you have double attack bar boosters there, you can put the John and the Ciara both on triple attack. So that would be the bomber offense. Of course, that's not using your Gianna, but it's probably a little better. It's probably a little better offense in that case than the Gianna. And then the other one that you would normally use would be Samath, Tiana, Galleon, Poseidon. And the Poseidon can be swapped out for Chung when you feel like reset is more important. Alright, so the Verd's on our best Swift. The Nana... I would probably switch this to a damage build on the Nana, and if not damage, then I would go resistance. But most people aren't going to be targeting Nana early in your team because they assume that Nana is built like this. So why would they target, when you're running a bunch of monsters that are pretty squishy, why would they target the Nana and not just go ahead and kill the other squishy monsters? So Wojo, the Samath could be changed out for pretty much any speed lead. Oliver would be my second choice. Ciara and... Oliver would be my second choice because of the 33 lead and the reset Triana's. The Vanessa can work there, but she's not ideal, so Ciara might be my third choice. Taking the 24 speed lead is more difficult, but I think the Ciara fits better there. She just does more. You could also probably run like a Shimite or something for the extra damage. So even that, you know what, to be fair, Shimite is probably better than Ciara for that AO. Because of the extra, Shimite gives you some CC, and she also gives you he also gives you the AoE attacks and glancing. If you're missing the Poseidon, you can run the Chung. You can also run Belinus. Pretty much anything that's going to do big AoE damage. Belial, the Fire Demon. So Poseidon is a little better than Belial the Fire Demon, but they're awfully close. I would probably, for that offense, I would probably go Poseidon 1, Chung 2, Belial 3, but I would say all three of them are super, super close. And then Kaki is also a really strong fourth right there. Zyros and Varad. Actually, Varad with his recent buff, Varad might even be higher on the list. Now that Varad doesn't glance, it might actually be Poseidon, Varad, Chung, Kaki, Belinus. That would probably be the top 5, and I think they all work. But basically, you just need something that does big AoE damage with a CC component or an insta-kill component. Ciara, Gianna, Bastet, Chung. Yeah, but I mean, you asked me what was good for Tiana. So, okay, so let's take a look here. Can we move your Chung up a little bit? Actually, this is just a straight upgrade on the Chung. From there, it probably gets trickier. Ooh, okay, so the fastest is 15. Do we have a grind? Yeah, we have a grind. Alright, I won't burn all your grinds, so we'll leave that there. So this puts us at 63. It gets our tuning in better. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, in all of those offenses I gave you, you have less accuracy resistance checks than with the Gianna. The Gianna gives you more dirt protection because, you know, when things go wrong, Gianna does a little bit more after that point. But the Tiana giving you guaranteed strip on scale is probably going to be better than the Gianna in those. Verozar, I haven't seen the team yet, but that doesn't sound... sounds a little YOLO to me. It's probably slower. I haven't seen the team, so I honestly don't know. And asking me on stream, it's kind of hard for me to focus on it, but I feel like the Ikaru team-ups would get a little funky. I don't know. Honestly don't know. Doesn't sound bad. It sounds interesting, but it's kind of hard to focus it. To focus in on it when I'm on stream without actually seeing it run and stuff. Yeah, I think the team-up cycling just wouldn't be perfect. So I'm not sure I'm sold on it. Okay, so this is 60 ac. It's honestly the skill 2 accuracy we care most about here. So what do we got? 17, 15. So this will put us to 75, 77. I like the skill 3 crit damage on that. That's defense. I also like getting us off the defense. Yeah, skill 1 act, that's unfortunate, but this isn't bad. So we do this. Alright, so we have 17, so we're at 77 accuracy. I'd probably roll with the missing accuracy at this point. So 249. I mean, obviously, we're still, okay, we still got to slow the Charlotte down a little bit, but we're a lot better tuned now. So let's go Despair 3. 24, 21, perfect. 247, okay. Okay, 247, 249. I'm not positive we can take her up one more. Once you start getting into that iron scare, we'd have to be running this through the optimizer. Now the big thing for me here, also, it's really 50-50 for me. I'm not sold that Chung is better on Despair versus Vio, especially when you have multiple other Despair units. The Chung is going to get that 27% proc chance, and Chung procs are freaking toxic, man. So, what up, Ace? How you doing, man? How much speed do we lose? A lot. Okay. Doing well, man. Doing well. Alright, we'll leave the Ryu build alone. I think this one needs to go through the optimizer, but I would definitely get him on will runes. Yeah, we don't have 33 leads, though. Oh, we do have an Oliver. I missed the Oliver. Okay. So then I do need to slow the Charlotte down one or two more. I looked at the Oliver before too. I forgot about the Oliver. Didn't miss him. I just forgot about him. No Bulwark. No Bulwark. See, here I would have loved a Bulwark. I'd also like an extra sustain unit. I don't know if you have Wusa. You know what? We have Nana. Oh, but we don't have enough damage! Okay, we gotta look at your Diana. See, right there. Violent Chung is toxic. Violent Chung is toxic. Yeah, he got this now. Not on Despair. Well, it's only 3 chances. Okay, crit rate build. Got it. I like this more. Like this more. Attack up effect's not bad, but you don't run much attack up in your core. Take the accuracy though, that'll work. Yeah, so in that build I should have shielded. I don't like the shield there because Chung just, Chung basically just strips the shield at that point, but it would have kept the Chung from doing the S3. No, tonight's not inner server. Yeah, it's open, you know. It's open. Man, that was brutal. Way to do nothing there, Juno. Juno. How did I just glance on an Antares? It just said glancing hit, right? Because that actually shouldn't even be possible to glance right there. There's no passive on the field that would affect glancing. I don't understand how that one just happened. Maybe it said resistance, not glancing. Maybe I saw it wrong. Maybe I just saw it wrong. Alright, Juno, you are on despair, right? Let's just check. Maybe she's actually not on despair. I know Moore's on despair. And that's GG. Okay, does have despair. Oh, you're very welcome, man. That's awesome. I'm glad they're helpful. Do you have Sekhmet? I feel like the Sekhmet is a really big missing piece here. I also think you should have a second triple revenge Vertihile. Like right here, I definitely would have gone triple revenge Verd. Gives us no cut right there. I mean, as much as you want her skilled, a lot of times she can still be used as a force ban. I think because your fastest unit is your Verd, and that doesn't outspeed much. So I would definitely want to see a Sekhmet in here, because when you get into these speed contests, you don't have a whole lot of alternatives. Wow, YOLO'd it. Into Leo on Taurus. He changed the Diana. Did he just time out or something? I think he just timed out. Yeah, he just timed out. Never mind. So I was like, how do you change the Diana there? And resistance. Guess it doesn't matter what account I'm on right now, it's going to get resisted. On the plus side, Antares might take a turn at some point in this match. Probably not, apparently. But who knows? Antares is just spectating, bro. He's just spectating. Hey, there it is. Okay. Can we kill you? Probably not. Don't silence. Ooh, nice stun on that Diana, though, to be fair. Okay, Antares taking turns now. There it is. Oh, Antares taking a lot of turns now. Yeah, I did wind on purpose, Wojo. People will bring Dominic into Sekhmet a lot. So just like my Diana is minus water because they mow long Diana a lot. Can we kill the Leica? We should be able to kill the Leica. The Annabelle's the bigger threat, right? There's no speed lead. We're not swift, though. Yeah, the Ethna's probably the threat here. We didn't tune the Charlotte. We didn't tune the Charlotte. Okay, no, we're good. It's actually the Juno that's out of tune, so we gotta speed up Juno. Charlotte was fine. She's equal by draft order, but the Juno needs to be sped up. Oh, that was big and not big. Okay, so she's about to go. We gotta take that away. I think we just got resisted, so that's GG. Yep, that was GG. So if the Juno was faster, we win this. Need a stun. Ooh, got the stun. Sleep. What up, Marsh? How you doing, man? What I wouldn't give for people not to emote. Bro, congrats on the C3, man. That's awesome. Emotes are so unnecessary. Okay. So Charlotte 1 speed slower and Juno 244. Juno needs to get to 251. That's going to be the harder thing. So we may need to slow them all down a little bit. That's definitely worth it. That's less worth it. That we don't have. Okay. 14, no. So it's this rune that's really wrecking us. That's better. Okay. So then let's go Despair 1. That's really the correct rune. That's the correct build too. 252, and then we just give more. He doesn't need accuracy though. All these have accuracy. There we go. I think the accuracy is totally fine, Wojo, because whenever you're using Triton, the odds are pretty good that the opponent is not running resistance units. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. I don't know if that's your fastest, so we won't burn it. Okay, more wound up pretty much at the same speed. Alright, we got the Juno to 252. That actually works. That's all tuned. So now the Charlotte is technically fine where she's at, but we can also slow her down 1 speed. Right now the Charlotte would just be default based on who gets drafted first, right? But we can also slow her down 1 speed. So we can bring her over to a 20 speed rune here. Perfect. There you go. Okay, so that's tuned. Give it one more shot here. All right, guys, we're going to be drawing the next person in just a moment. There you go, Bros. I actually answered it right as I said. So we're drawing the next person in just a moment. What up, Michael? How you doing, man? Okay, Tesarion's another one you really probably, I would recommend ruining. We also need some sort of like wind damage dealer, I guess. Well, not wind. No, we have wind. Tesarion I would definitely want to see ruined. Yeah, see, I mean, he's got 4 passive units here. Tesarion's 100% force band. I'm banning the Leo. Cameron, no, I won't be rushing Arena today. Mainly only do the rushes when it's inter-server qualifier. Devin, one more giveaway for sure, and then we'll decide on the last one after we see how long the next one. Yeah, Hotshot, you can auto TOA now also. That's been around for a minute. Alright, Jax, we'll try and do one more and get you back to where we started. This will be the last one. So the next winner is gonna be... Shocker here, guys. Vrozar winning the next giveaway. Vrozar throwing all his points into it. We'll open up for one last one. Actually, I'm not sure if there's going to be a last one yet, so we'll hold off on opening up for the last one just now. Alright, see, like right here, Josephine or Haygang would be absolutely brutal against the Volantis. I haven't in a while, but it's not out. I just it's like it's not something I don't do anymore. I just haven't lately. Alright, so can we kill this Masha? No. As dangerous as the Lulu is, yeah. Wojo, it's probably a little faster than auto because you can just skill 1 the early levels of TOA normal, and yeah, it's probably faster. It is certainly probably faster. And we lose, right? Yeah, we lose. Nice, Wojo. Actually, the stun didn't matter, John, because the Lulu was reset. It was already over. It was actually already over. To be fair on the initial strip, too, Juno's only 90% activation rate. And then was against attribute disadvantage, so it was going to be harder to strip the Lulu. It was probably a 1 in 3 to strip the Lulu. He should have, well, he went auto. He went auto. Otherwise, if he just had gone, if he had just gone S3 with the Lulu, he would have had, yeah, no, if he went S3 with the Lulu, he would have had 2 gaps in immunity. Could have cleansed 1 bomb, though. Jax, I mean, that's just up to you. The Pung's only one of many AO offenses. Segment, I mean, it just depends on where you care more about, like RTA, Arena, or Guild. The Segment's going to be really good for you in Arena, I think. Cut potential here. He gets cycling either way, right? Let's do this. Inner server battle right now yields the best rewards. That's unfortunate. That was more unfortunate. That's GG, right? It's probably GG anyway, to be fair. I think it was over already. Yeah. Not enough CC. All right, last wing. Last wing. Vrozar, bump me your account information. We'll get set up for Vrozar next. I don't personally think Ciara received that big of a nerf. I mean, we won a match with Ciara, we lost a match to Ciara, so she's 2-0 on this stream, but the Juno buff's pretty impactful. See, this is where I so wish you had a Bulwark, because he just screamed, "I'm going Bruiser," right? He's like, "I'm going Bruiser," and the Bulwark just breaks apart that entire Bruiser. Yeah, I mean, Bulwark would eat this alive. Guaranteed win now if we had Bulwark. XG, I mean, XG. EB, let's go with EB. Anytime you're talking about the ability to... Anytime you're talking about RTA, every tiny little bit matters. But Bulwark and Tesarion, two of the only monsters you can get away with them being unskilled. Even so, Bulwark's strip is a huge part of how I use him. And that's what the skill up does, is it gives you better strip. That was unfortunate. Is that a Vampire Mephisto? Bro, nice build. Vampire Mephisto for the win, man. That just changed everything I was doing. Huge props to him. Huge props to him. Just a smart play, man. Just smart play. He'll get the win off that build. Because I was ready to just YOLO the Diana and trade the Mephisto and have 2 stacks. Huge props to him. That was just a win off the build, man. Nothing else. Just a win off the build. Such a smart build. I can't even go into him now because I have no way to finish. Two chances to stun, man. I had 2 chances to stun there. Now my question is, at what point does Nana land an attack break? Oh, that's a rip. I guess the answer to my question is at no point will Nana land an attack break. Not even gonna try this time. There it is. Would you stop? Really? Why do you proc right there? Okay. The problem with the transform there is the Douglas gets full heal. All I needed was to get him under 70% so I could mow long snipe. That's all I was trying to do, was get him to mow long snipe range. So if you transform the Diana there, he's gonna full heal on the revenge. Because she's gonna hit 4 times, so even if there's an attack buff, it's still a 50-50 glance, and as soon as he revenges, it's over. I'd rather have the shield there so he can't heal. The shield just keeps him from healing, because like I said, all I have to do is work him down to 70 with them along there. It was that Chung proc that wrecked me, man. that almost wrecked me. That Chung proc almost wrecked me. Alright, Jack, so we neither climbed nor fell. No, the Diana didn't stun, the Nana stunned. Nana stunned with the S1 to spare chance. So yeah, Jax, we neither climbed nor fell. Added the segment to your box. I feel like if you have a Bellio, he needs to go into your box. Bulwark, if you have him, was the one I was really wanting the most in so many drafts. Oh, bro, you have Heigang. I just assumed you didn't have Heigang. So 100% Heigang has to be in your box. I assumed he would have been there already if you didn't have him. But the Heigang needs to be there. Douglas needs to be there. Those two, just getting the Heigang and the Douglas right there, that's going to win a lot of matches for you. The Sekhmet also is a big addition to your box, one that was missing. The Varad, I think, could really fit in your box, but if he's not deviled, I wouldn't rush him. I think Charlotte's probably better. Carnell definitely would go into your box. You could run the Barber, but I think you're going to get stretched out too thin. I don't think you have the rune depth for that many, so we have to prioritize here a little bit. Like, I would like to see the Ganny and the Savannah and the Rika. I'd like to see them all in your box, but I don't think that we have the rune depth for that. But the Douglas, he uses vampire runes. He's not drawn away from anybody. He's going to be huge for you. Honestly, Ganny doesn't need much in the way of runes. I'm not sure how often Ganny will be helpful, but he would help you in some situations where a reset can win the match, like against, so let's say the opponent, because you already have the Oliver and the Sekhmet. There's probably no room for Ganny in most of your drafts. And we don't want to make your box so big that you can't rune everything. So I would probably stop with the ones I just added there. The Tessa, though, is huge. You're going to face a lot of passive-heavy drafts where the Tessa becomes a force ban, especially because you're running so much double strip. I think the Juno build was a nice upgrade. I wouldn't be against a Vampire Juno for some solo potential, but I think Juno's in a better spot now. She also doesn't need this much accuracy, because most of the time you draft Juno, you're probably not going to be facing a lot of resistance-heavy teams. So if you can get her more HP in exchange for dropping some accuracy, I would. Same thing, she doesn't need the crit damage. She gets her damage from additionals. The Diana build, I do feel like Diana needs to be crit damage if possible, but if not possible, I think we changed the Diana artifacts already, so that would help a lot. So if you can't do a crit damage Diana, you just do really heavy additionals on artifacts. I didn't look at the Leo build, but I mean, Leo works in so many builds. I think he's fine. Getting that speed off would help, though, because if you're using him to counter Beast Riders, every bit lower speed nerfs their damage further. The Vertihile felt super squishy to me, so I'm assuming this is just what it has to be because you need the crit rate and you need him fast. But I would definitely consider switching this to a slot 6 HP because you're playing like turn 1.5. You're playing a CC team, but you are going to take hits. You're getting outsped a lot. And so if you're getting outsped, having this Vertihile so squishy that he just can't live is hurting you. So slot 6 HP, if you could do it, would probably help. The Teor I didn't find much place for because the HP is low. It's the same thing. I feel like obviously you have to get as much damage as you can, but a build like this, even if he's on will runes, they'll just kill him right through the will runes. Like Dominic one-shots this. So unless I can be positive I'm going to outspeed and strip, it's really hard for me to feel like using the Tayor there. It's one reason I thought Vrad might be a nice addition to your box, because it's something that can live. It's also a reason like why Carnal was a good addition to your box, because it's something that can live. Same thing like with the Charlotte and the Chung, these are tankier units that are just meant to CC. So you kind of got like this match where you're playing a slightly longer CC match and you're expecting you're going to get outsped sometimes, and then you have these monsters that can't live to balance out that match. Antares build, obviously, is okay. So huge thing with Antares only needs 70 crit rate. So you can put Antares on crit damage because he only needs 70 crit rate for a guaranteed crit, because he gives himself a self crit buff on the passive. So he's going to have 30 crit buff here. He gets 15 more when he has attribute advantage. So anything from 55 to 70 crit rate is fine on the Antares, which means that really any will crit damage rune that's just got like maybe a little crit rate, like this right here, that's a little too low. You'd need to run him through the optimizer, but yeah, you can bring the Antares onto crit damage, get rid of the crit rate, and then just give him some more damage from additionals on his artifacts. So that's it. And then you asked me what build on Haygang. So Haygang just goes on Fast Despair. This is my Haygang build. By the way, somebody asked what rank this is. This is C1, C2 border. So we finished up C2, but we're like bottom of C2 right now. So this is my Haygang. You just want him on one of your Fastest Despair sets so that he can cut. Because he gains 15% attack bar off his passive when he's stripped. So you need him within 15% attack bar of the opponent. Now you're running a lot of speed leads, so you can get away with the Haygang not being 269, but just Fastest Despair that you can spare for him, and then just make him tanky with accuracy, and you're good to go. All right, so Jax, we are going to log off your account, and Vrozar, we're going to log into yours. Vrozar wants an RTA box review. We did this one for Vrozar. It's got to be coming up on a year ago now. I still feel good about that one. That was I felt like that was one of the better reviews we've done. Like Vrozar took everything I said on stream. He went and rebuilt his box the next day and wound up getting Guardian. So that, I thought that was just like one of the more awesome. That's all props to Vrozar. Nothing to do with me. I gave some advice, and then he just took the advice and ran with it. But man, if you made Guardian, that's all props to Vrozar. That had nothing to do with me. Yeah, Raphael, I've gotten a lot of LD5 since then. I have 10 LD5s now. Most of them not super amazing. A couple of them are good though. I don't have any of the top tier ones, but yeah, I pulled Nikki a few days ago. I pulled Volantis. Got to be close to a year ago now. And then I have Julienne. Those are definitely the three best. Kraka I've had for a long time. I haven't really had much success with her. But I'm testing. There's a comp out right now, Kraka Shizuka, that's doing really well. There's some G3s who are running it. I just have to figure out the correct build and see if it works for me. I have to figure out if it works for me in terms of my ability to pivot in and out of the comp is the main thing. All right, so Vrozar, we'll kind of do for you what we did last time. We'll start off by looking at your box and seeing if there's any monsters that are missing, and then I can do a couple of wings. So Vrozar's got some absolutely insane runes, but does not have any OPLDs, does not have really he's missing a lot of nat 5s as well, but he has the insane runes that can kind of help him carry. So Zyros, great for arena offense, not so much for RTA. The Tyrannus we'll think about. I think with the Ileana, you may not need the Lulu, but we'll see. You want to have two cleansers. You generally want to have two cleansers. Okay, yeah, Raphael, yeah, things have changed a lot, man. Things have changed a lot. They made LD scrolls much more accessible, so it's not like my luck has gotten all that much better. It's just that I've been able to summon more. That's the reality of it. All right, let's see. We got the Barbara. So Tyrannus, Barbara, the two leading contenders for me right now. The Vanessa needs to go in for sure. I haven't found a whole lot of uses for Vanessa. I haven't built Vanessa yet, but I do feel like Vanessa has a place. Obviously, Juno needs to... Oh, that's why you didn't have her there, because you have 2 Junos. Okay. So let's drop that dupe Juno out. I had a feeling that might be a dupe when I didn't see her in there. Yeah, exactly, Raphael. I mean, it's not just me. Like, there's just more LDs in the game, period. Everybody's been pulling LDs. So I will say, a lot of people swear by Chloe. I've never really had much use for Chloe, but I have a feeling we may find some use for Chloe in your box. And then we'll throw in the Carbine as well. I don't know about the Carbine, but we'll see if he fits or not. Jemire, as more people pull Veronica, Jemire is going to be kind of an important part of most boxes, but we're not there yet. Mostly when I see Veronica, I just run Sekhmet and Ethna, and the 2 Swift builds I've had pretty decent success against Veronica, but I feel like she's still so new. She's going to be, I mean, she's the most busted monster in the game, so I haven't faced her much yet, and I've just faced people who are figuring out their comps with her for the most part. That's not true, Sky. You pulled Dark Oki. Jackson, I think Jackson's really strong as well. I haven't faced him a lot, but I think he's a really, really intriguing monster. Alright, I think those are the main things that I would consider adding to your box that I see. Now, do we want to add Tyrannus or not? It was Tyrannus, and who was the other one I said we'd think about? Actually, Belial deserves being thought about. Tyrannus deserves a little bit of thought. There was one more in here. I said we would think... Oh, actually, the Praha deserves some thought. But there was one more also I said deserves some thought. Who was it? Nice, Cytex, nice. Yeah, she's better than Pontos, too. Charlotte, the thing is, Charlotte works best when you have speed leads. We do have the Oliver. We do have more, right? You have more? No, no more. No more. Barbara was the one I said I would think about. Yeah, you're right. It was Barbara. We'll ping Charlotte also. I'm not positive Charlotte makes sense, but we don't have an overly deep box, and I know Vrozar is good at some of the... Well, actually, it's 40 monsters, but I know Vrozar is good at some of those more niche picks. Sekhmet would be amazing, but I didn't see Sekhmet for Vrozar. If we had Sekhmet, she 100% would be there, and Barbara would not. Did I miss the Sekhmet? Did I miss a Jackson? Bro, did I miss a Jackson? Oh, crap, I missed the Jackson. Okay. Bro, how did I miss the Jackson? Alright, well... Okay, so let's see here. The problem with the Wind Mermaid is she doesn't do anything else. Like, Sekhmet is good because she reduces her own cool times and she has a really strong S2. But the, what's her name now? I want to say it starts with like a C, but whatever the Wind Mermaid's name is, she just doesn't do enough. She's got the 110 base versus 114, and she gets the first... she gets the first... Cichlid, there you go, Cichlid. So the problem with Cichlid is the S2 just does nothing, the S1 does nothing. The Sekhmet attack break can be useful, but the Sekhmet glancing and heal block is huge. Cichlid just has a single target cleanse and shield. It's just not enough for that type of fight. Alright, so first of all, I think I would rather have Lulu than Fran because of the cleanse, but let me see, what are we running? Anything high damage here? The MRs is interesting. Generally speaking, not a lot of really high damage output monsters. Riley is going to cover the attack buff much better than Fran. Fran's base stats are just too low. So we're going to drop the Fran, we're going to throw in Lulu. The cleanse of Lulu can be really impactful at times. So I think Lulu's better than that. We obviously need to work Jackson in here. Now, what do we have for like our turn ones? The Ethna is actually not playing turn one. So the Barbara, because we need one place to put your best Swift set. We need one place to put your best Swift set. That's probably going to be Barbara. Chow, I would actually drop out of most boxes. I don't know if we need to drop him out of yours, but Chow has just faded so much in the meta. The meta has shifted away from the fire CC units. Like, Chow's amazing against Joga and Oki. You still see them, but you don't see them a lot. And his win rate has cratered in RTA. He's like 45% win rate now, something like that. The Leica also. Leica's another one. He really just doesn't have a great use in RTA, especially when you've got... So you have the Douglas, right? Yeah, you have Douglas. So Douglas is going to be a better pick than Leica in 99% of situations. So we want to try and, you know, balance your box out a little bit. We definitely want to get Jackson into your box. All right, so Jackson not deviled, probably why he's not in your box. He must be new, but let's see. Attacks the enemy. Yeah, so he's got the Miles S2. He's got the attack bar absorb on 1, which really does synergize with the passive. So every time the enemy increases your attack bar, or decreases your attack bar, it increases. So he's a really strong counter against Moore. He's a little bit of a counter to Masha, a little bit of a counter to Dominic, a little bit of a counter to Chung. Now, the big thing is he works amazingly with oracles. So that's one of the Nat 5 families that you do have. You've got the Praha and you've got the Juno. And Jackson with oracles plus a really strongly built Vertihile can be absolutely disgusting. You gain so much cycling, even with the oracle nerf. So basically what Jackson's going to do, if you think about it, like the oracles dropped from 45 to 30% attack bar, but now they gain 45, but Juno's gaining 45 attack bar while she's got a speed buff on. So then you could do something like that Vampire Juno. By the way, I don't know if your other Juno is deviled or not. I guess you probably save this because you don't use the strip that much, but still. Yeah, I don't know where you stand on devils, but anything in RTA, it always helps to have them deviled. But yeah, Jackson plus Juno is pretty disgusting. And then you get like a strong triple revenge Verd on resistance, and it's really hard for them to actually like cut through and get enough turns. So you do that with like a Riley or something like that, and then a damage dealer. And if they ban out the damage dealer, you're getting the Jackson's also still a damage dealer, and you're getting the Jackson, Juno, Verd, Riley cycling. Becomes pretty overwhelming. So I do think Jackson definitely has a place in your box. I actually think if you want to play with your LD5, Jackson, Juno as a core is a pretty strong place. And then you would basically just first pick Oliver there. Yeah, Raphael, Res Slot 6 still has a definite place in the game. Alright, now in terms of the overall box right here, so for water damage dealers, my question becomes like, Belial and Theomars, aren't they serving pretty much the same role? And isn't Chow really serving the same role as both of them? So do we need all three of these because we're drawing runes away from each other? Now you would mostly use Chow to counter like an Antares, Okeanos, but Belial's probably a better counter, other than the fact that Belial doesn't solo, he comes back. But since you have the Abellio, something like Belial Abellio is going to play out much better than the Chow. And so for that reason, and because Chow's win rate has been cratering, I would drop the Chow. So Iron Scare, he doesn't have the Ciara, but he does have the other two oracles. And he is for a dupe Tyrannus, not at the moment, Andrew. Tyrannus is probably 2 buffs away from being back into the meta because everything resets. Now, Carbine is a nice counter to Moore, but the fact that he's not skilled and the fact that he's such niche usage tells me that we probably drop him out. I don't think there's a place for him. And then Tyrannus, I really just wanted to take a look at the overall box and see if Tyrannus had a place. I don't see a place for Tyrannus here. Something like Vanessa Tyrannus, Nana can be kind of obnoxious, but it's just really hard to make Tyrannus work because of all the reset. He's got his uses. He's not out of the meta. But I just feel like when you have Jackson, you're going to be driven towards Jackson Juno. I feel like Jackson Juno at the core with Praha, Oliver, Riley, Vertihile, monsters like that are going to be pretty sick. The Shizuka also could, in counter pick situations, Shizuka with Jackson is going to be pretty tough. Anytime it's hard for the opponent to turn cycle on you, the Shizuka gets stronger. So I think the Shizuka works really well there as well. Same thing with her. This is all strip. So I know devils are probably difficult, but just something to consider. All right, now the Barbara, my thought with the Barbara here is that she would just be, yeah, there you go. Well, Shizuka Chloe. Shizuka Chloe is Shizuka Lima on budget also, because Chloe then gives you that secondary speed lead. So one reason that Chloe can work in the box. As a matter of fact, to be fair, I kind of think the Ileana may have passed out of the meta in light of Chloe when you have Shizuka. I think I like the Chloe more here. Vile Chloe with some crit rate because she actually does damage on her skill 1 also. We could probably drop the Ileana because you only need so many supports, right? You've got Wusa, you've got Riley, you've got Lulu, you've got Chloe. I think, you don't really need more than 4 supports. And then Shizuka's kind of a support. Vanessa is also kind of a support. The Icarus, without Molong, I'm not positive the Icarus is great, but Icarus does have her uses. Against monsters that revive, she can be useful. I don't think you need to take her out. But the thing is, to make Icarus effective, she needs a pretty OP rune set, and I don't feel like she's anywhere near the top of your priority order. Yeah, I would probably agree with you. On its face, I'd probably agree with you. I think the Vigor, the question is, yeah, we have Fang. So Fang will serve Vigor's role pretty much every time you would draft that. The only time would be like if you needed a water unit to serve the damage support role, but it's pretty rare in this meta. It's more often that you would want the Fang to do. Plus, the Fang artifact damage means that he doesn't care that much about element anyway. Kaki's going to be there mainly for counters to Ragdoll and Artemil. Velajul, especially without the skill, well, it's just damage. But I think Velajul is still serving a support role. Unless you're running him triple Nemesis, you're not. So the Velajul can probably go away as well. I don't see a lot of uses or a lot of places where you would actually be able to draft Velajul and not feel like you should have drafted something else in his spot. Now, Josephine, 100% win against Volantis. You will see some Volantises. The Poseidon doesn't make much sense to me in your box at all, to be honest. Like, you're not playing a CC build. I don't know where you would use Poseidon, especially with 13k HP. Just doesn't really synergize with anything else. So I think the Poseidon goes away. Samoth is pretty dead to Oliver, and you've already got the Oliver, so I like the Vanessa speed lead more than the Samoth, but we'll leave him in there just because that does give you 1 extra speed lead, and because he's not using runes anybody else cares about. I might actually, though, I would probably drop the Samoth into an even higher damage build if you can. We don't really care about his speed that much. Keeping him with Despair will, but higher damage if possible. So at this point, if you keep the Ethna on this build, which is a pretty OP build, then I think your best Swift set would go to Barbara. That helps you to take turn 1. You don't play a lot of strip here, so turn 1 is not always valuable, which means Barbara is not going to be valuable that often, though. Honestly, between them, I would just really rather see you move the Ethna to a Swift build. I don't think we have anything else that disrupts, so Sekhmet would clearly be better. Sekhmet would clearly be better, but we don't have Sekhmet. Ethna is the second better choice for a Swift build. So like just to kind of show you where my Ethna's at, because I know you can actually do this build. I believe you have the runes to do this build. So something like this, and then you get some good artifact damage in there as well. My Ethna's had a pretty high win rate for me when I'm contesting turn 1. Alright, the Ken I also don't see a big place for. I'm not sure where you're using Ken. I don't really see a great place for him, but because I'm not sure where you're using him, we'll leave him in here for now. Plus you do need, it is good to have some strip. You've got the Juno Praha strip. Yeah, so the thing is, do you ever pick Ken? Why would you ever pick, and you've got the Yogun as well. Like, I mean, I guess you're playing some turn 1, and if you are playing some turn 1, because you could run the Oliver and kind of pivot back and forth, in which case having the Ken, Yogun, Charlotte gives you that turn 1 contest because you'll be faster than a lot of people you face. So I think actually, I'm not sold on the Ken in your box, but I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's bad. As long as he's not taking runes away from anybody else, I think he's fine. I don't think you'll have a lot of spots to use him, though. And then, obviously, you're using the Icarus with the Bulwark now that I look at it. So I think this is probably about where I would have your box. One thing I will say, be really careful with the Cian. Because there's so much reset, he turns into a dead pick more often than not. You can get him through once in a blue moon, or you can draft him once in a blue moon. I drafted him once on Jax's account. But because most people are running some form of reset, especially once you push up into Guardian, the drafts where you use Cian are when the opponent is trying to overwhelm you. But the problem is these days the overwhelm almost always includes reset, which makes Cian a dead pick. So same thing, as long as he's not taking runes away from anybody else, I think he's fine in your box, but he wouldn't. I wouldn't give him runes that matter for someone else. And of course we do have the Hay Gang. This should be a triple revenge. This is a Swift Bird. So you need a second Verd in your box, you need a triple Revenge Verd in your box, and honestly, I would even consider a third Verd. I think because of the Jackson, there's a role for triple Revenge, there's a role for Violent, and then there's the role for Swift. So I wouldn't even be against you doing 3 Verds, but if that just gets too confusing to manage, at least have 2. At least have the triple Revenge, because if you have the Hay Gang triple Revenge, it gives you a chance, especially with Jackson. So you can run something like Hay Gang, Triple Revenge, Verd, Jackson, and a Bellio +1. That'll give you a really strong counter to a lot of CC teams. So that's probably where I would leave your box right now. Side text, I would say Cian should usually be right around 200 to 220 because you have to be careful not to get lapped by an Okeanos. If the Okeanos laps you, then sometimes they can go strip into stuns with the reset coming after instead of before. Alright, so for now, I think we will use your Swift Verd. A lot of these monsters that I just took in and out are not going to be runes, so this is going to be a little trickier. Yeah, Raphael, I think a lot of people feel that way. Thoughts on Water Totem now for RTA? I think she has a place, bro. I don't think she's a dead pick. There's a lot of people. I mean, I run a lot of comps that don't need the attack buff. The only problem with the Water Totem is she doesn't heal directly on her skill 3, and that does make it trickier. Okay, let's go with this. Please be ruined. Please be ruined, because I ran out of time. Not ruined. Wonderful. Okay, do we have a Tessa? We at least have the Tessa. So we'll do the Tessa. And Scroll Trap Momo. Does he ban Yoga? No, he has to ban the Tessa, right? No. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think Water Totem is good if you're playing a bruiser-heavy team, especially monsters that benefit from defense. And the thing with Aaliyah is that she gets stronger as the fight goes on because HP decreases, but defense doesn't. So taking less damage later in the fight's a pretty big deal. So I actually do think Aaliyah has a place in RTA, especially if you run a lot of monsters like Fang or if you have an Artemeal. But if you run monsters that don't need the attack buff of Riley, then Aaliyah does have a place. But with that said, the fact that the skill 3 adds regen instead of heal makes it kind of tricky to use her effectively. That was such a clutch stun right there. Oh, resistance. That's GG. That's GG. Man, that has been the story of my day on every account I have been on. This wasn't a good draft, to be fair, but still. All right, we're 1-1, guys. We're 1-1. It's the banished Shizuka, right? No. Okay. He's not built with res. She's not built with res, so I guess we'll take Ray Ray. Yeah, Brozar, Jackson's definitely, you're not rating the Jackson well enough, I will say that. Like, the fact that he's not even skilled is sad to me. Whoa, clutch! You've gotten devils since then, though, haven't you, bro? I don't need that. I just... that with the dot, right? Oh, okay. Well, let's put some Oblivion out. I mean... where is the somewhere else, bro? Where is the somewhere else? Is there some other LD5 that we're not seeing on your account? Yeah, I agree with you, Taylor. I think Jackson's a true S or SS tier LD5. I don't have enough experience with him to have him, like, exactly somewhere. But Jackson is freaking strong, man. Jackson's legit. Sai my first pick. Interesting. So it's going to be Shizuka here. I was tempted to take the Shizuka. Okay, well we can't play with fire that long. See, this is where I need that triple revenge bird. He's too squishy. I can't do it. Do we care about the Saimai? Not really, right? I mean, she nerfs Shizuka a little bit, but yeah. Praha should kill Laika, but also Laika's not in the box anymore. Now I'm hoping here that the Tessa goes before the Saimai. That the Tessa goes before the I want the Tessa to go before the Shizuka, and then we're good. But, of course, she does not. Well, it didn't matter because we got resisted. Like I said, story of the day, bro. Story of the day. Nice proc. Dead Oliver? Not yet. Okay. We gotta keep you away from getting too many turns just yet. Thank you for that pushback, though. Alright, that's what we needed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is auto. What up, Axe? How you doing? Yeah, so next piece of advice, definitely get the Tessa in front of the Shizuka. You can see it didn't matter because the Tessa got resisted, but had the Leo not pushed back the Shizuka there, then this wouldn't have worked. But it was a pretty dirty comp once we got the AoE Oblivion out. It just changed everything on his team. So Shizuka plus Tessa equals Isis. Taylor, yeah, Juno is definitely stronger. Juno is much stronger. See, right here, I would love to have the Jackson available, but we don't. We will in time. We just don't yet. Yeah, Tomo functions the same way without the self buffs, but then she adds out the karma. So Tomo's still strong there. Who's this? Juno Reaper dropping the member chat, showing that he is 1 month away from being a 2-year member. Says, were we doing one more? I have some more rune crafts I wanted you to do. We actually are going to do one more. I need to figure out what this girl does. Chance to increase, and then that's the ignore defense. Okay. Please tell me we have Leo. Please tell me we have Leo and I'm just not seeing him. So Leo is such a free win right here, but we don't have Leo. We don't have Leo. Okay. I don't even know what the ban is here, man. He has so much damage coming out. Riley was the pick there, not Theomars. Alright. I guess we nerf her passive by banning... that's a rip for Rosar. Yeah, Leo would have been huge right there. Taylor, I use double will Leo. Pull myself down. Strip? No? Okay, that's fine. It's the Dominic I wanted to go into first anyway. That proc was unfortunate, but let's just cool myself down actually. Nice. Thank you for the AoE Endure. Appreciate that. Take the kill here. We actually don't even need the Verd here. We just need to not get resisted for a change. Yeah, Theo doing some legit work. We're gonna give Theo the kill, just because he deserves it. Alright guys, so Vrozar, I think that's it for you. We're gonna do one more. Guys, you can put your points in until the end of this one, and then I will do one more. I'll draw one more at the end of this. What are you looking for, Wojo, with the blessing? Yeah, you got it, Vrozar. Taylor, that's how I felt when I got Douglas, man. I felt like Douglas would solve all my problems, and then I realized that you can only use him once every 30 to 50 matches. Actually, Jackson counters Ciara now, too. Just realized that. Ban the Leo or do we ban the Verd? We let him have the Leo because that nerfs that. So we're going to ban the Verd. He has no strip. If I go Wusa, do I have enough damage? Now let's take the Diana. Ban the Verd. I would hold the Jackson a little bit longer because you want them to commit to that stuff that's going to attack bar manipulate where the Jackson is stronger. I think he's one that you can hold for a minute. Well, true. He can be picked every match. He's just not going to be good in every match. Yeah. Have to detonate now, or I'm just going to send it back. Go Riley, I guess, but still. Alright, let's do this. I guess he knew he was going to proc. That was what it was. He knew he was going to proc. Wow, bro, entire team proc. Entire team proc. And resistance. Yeah, when Summoner's War decides you're gonna lose, Summoner's War decides you're gonna lose. That's just how it is. I actually feel like we won this one pretty strongly. The Theo, though, to be fair, like, the Theo damage got nerfed as much as the Masha damage got nerfed by leaving the Leo in. That's one big thing. Okay, yeah. That was pretty brutal RNG, but I also got to be honest. Like, I let the Theo damage get nerfed because I was expecting Oliver to carry. I thought with the Oliver and the Shizuka, between those two, one of them could carry, and I didn't count on him proccing 8 times in a row. Gotta love that 12% though. I would still say I feel like I won that draft, but the Theo probably wasn't the best fit there. Well, I don't know. Maybe leaving the Leo in wasn't the best fit, but I still feel like I won the draft. All right, final community winner, final community help winner is going to be... no, King B. Oliver should be pure tank because his damage scales as he goes, and he's just about basically overwhelming people over time. All right, Didi Mendez. Didi, are you still here, Didi? I'll show you my Oliver build in just a moment. Let's see if Didi is still here. I can actually show you my Oliver build while we wait and see. So this is my Oliver build. Yeah, you can put him on crit rate if you... It depends on how you're using him and what you're using him with. No, I'm pretty sure he's speed slot 2. Yeah, he's speed, HP. Accuracy through subs. Alright, it looks like Dee Dee's not here, so we're going to pick another one. That is going to be John Turtle. John, are you still here, bro? Alright, John, so message me in Discord with what we're doing. That'll be the last one for today. Frozar, I'm going to jump out of your account. Good luck, bro. Hopefully the box changes help out. I think, I mean, it felt pretty smooth until that last fight where we just got a little bit luck sacked, and that was like with half a box, right? Like, so many monsters not ruined and everything, so I think that'll work for you. You might, of course, need to make a few tweaks as you go and you see what's countering you, but I think in general that should be pretty solid. Yeah, you got it, man. Good luck. Community help, John. Community help. Oh, well, I was meant to do Oliver, but we'll do that. Okay. Masha has a win rate below 50% for everybody, not just for me. Hotshot, Mexico's treating me awesome, man. Mexico, it was best thing I could have done for myself. Best thing I could have done for myself. I misplayed this, though. I misplayed this very badly. I got greedy because of the Nemesis build there. Misplayed this. And I knew it too. I knew as soon as I dismounted that I should have been dismounting the Savannah and not the Masha. I got a little bit of a... Wow, dude, this spam is getting so annoying. Yeah, I definitely got some luck sack here. Not gonna lie. Because I misplayed this pretty badly. I still actually could lose. The Savannah could still actually... Oh, no, I shouldn't have done that! Oh, well. Now we can do it. Yeah, but I definitely lucked. I lucked at that after some bad play. I don't know if it was a bad draft, but I definitely played it wrong at the start and then just got lucky. Okay, John, got it. John, I also need you to tell me what we're going to be doing. Apparently, Hotshot, apparently. You know what? I think there's a way... Can I ban? All right, so we're gonna have to change. We're gonna have to slow down the slow mode a little bit more. I think I can ban some words. I don't know if it bans them from usernames or not, though. I think I'm gonna have to figure that out off stream. I have to figure out how I do that off stream. Hyper Tank, Vamp, Slow, Beelzebub with Leo. Vampire Beelzebub, I would never run. He doesn't actually do that much damage without the ignore. So if you make him super tank, then he'll never get the full ignore. And generally speaking, Beelzebub, I just feel Beelzebub has to be. I've run him in a lot of different builds. I've run him in Rage, Vampire, I've tried them all. And I don't think any of them are even viable. I mean, honestly, Violent's not super viable for him at the moment. He's just not like... He's not super strong in most situations at the moment, but Violent must be. Violent must be the build for him. So the thing is, people aren't going to target him. So all that tanky build will do is allow him to take less damage on the AoE, which makes him less of a snipe threat. And then they can just save him for last even more. Maybe if you have Ragdoll and you're trying to run Leo, Ragdoll, Beelzebub, but even then, I still would have the Beelzebub in a YOLO build. This is can't show mine there. I'll show mine in a moment. This is my current build on him. But he's one of my lowest win rate monsters this season. He might actually be my lowest win rate monster right now. Yeah, but the thing is, Taylor, if he doesn't revive, then he doesn't do anything for you anyway. He's just not good in the current season. That's the real issue. He's 5th pick only, and he's a niche. He's a like 5th pick in certain circumstances only. Funny that we're talking about him and he shows up. All right, John, we're in. What up, bro? Shout out to Indonesia. That fight right there is exactly what would happen if he was like YOLO tank, except he wouldn't have been able to do all the damage he was doing on those procs. It would have actually been an easier fight. Alright, why are we not seeing blue stacks here? There we go. Alright, didn't want to show blue stacks. Alright, so this is going to be the last service for today. We're going to be doing RTA box, John said. Alright, so we got a very small box right now. Let's take a look. So you have the Molong Bulwark. And we have the Yun Hung. So we should definitely be working around the Yun Hung. No Nana. Juno should be in there for sure. So you do have a little bit of balance here between playing faster CC teams where the Yun Hung, so I'm assuming there's a fast build, 162 Bio, no Swift, okay. 162 Swift. Since if you're fastest Swift, if that's your fastest Swift, then we should just be focused on turn 2 for you. Six speed there, takes, okay, now 25 speed there. Oh, that's not even your fastest, what? 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 Okay, so you're not, bro. Damn, okay. Ooh, that's flat. We use it if we have to, but we don't want to use it. 20 or 20, this is better stats. Yeah, no, we're gonna look at the storage, John. I just want to get a feel for what we can do with a Yun Hung. So this is a legit build, man. This is a pretty legit build right here. Yeah, this is a legit build for her. Crit rate, 30k HP. Let's see, attack HP. How much mana? Oh, we have no mana. Okay. You did ask me how much mana you would need on stream too. Go figure. That looks pretty solid. We can use that. Damage dealt on wind. I might like that more. I like the damage on wind more. And then, let's see here. Skill 1 and 2 accuracy, no. Skill 3 recovery, not needed particularly. But the skill 2 crit damage, that's kind of a nice fit. Yeah. Okay. So I can't gem and grind anything. That's tricky. Let's see. Do we have anything we can just, like, quickly sell? Alright, that'll work. That'll work. How's our defense on her? Low, but not bad. So let's go attack percent here, because it's generally better for this type of rune. That was a good start. Oh, a little better. Alright, so this is going to be a pretty legit Yun Hung. Let's see, how much crit rate do we have? 89? Yeah, because you've got 3 grinds missing now, too. So 3 of those gems can be regrinded. This is pretty legit. Defense. This could take HP percent, could take crit rate, crit damage. I'm kind of inclined to go with crit rate. How much? But you know what? We want some accuracy too, because we need the strip. So let's leave it at that. But yeah, you max the slot 1, and then there's 1, 2, 3 more attack grinds too. So this is going to be a quite legit Yun Hung, man. All right. So now, knowing that you can play fast, we have a couple of options. We can go. Obviously, I took some fast runes off your Chiwu, but I don't know that Chiwu was necessarily the best fit. Because you don't have enough other CC monsters to go with it. So we know we want, every box needs a Tesarion these days. Chloe doesn't really fit great with Yun Hung's turn cycling. Helena can be used. Helena may not be a bad niche pick. Triana, most boxes need a Triana. Every box should have a Riley as well. Yeah, John, but those are... So the Aria is sleep, but then all the others wake the sleep up. But when I say CC mons, I guess... So, like, from that list that you just gave there, the only one is Chung. So imagine you play Yun Hung, Arya, Chung, Tyron, Linda. They just ban the Chung, and then you can go first, but you can't actually strip them. And so now if you put the Chiwu in there, now you're complex something like Chiwu, you still need a second speed lead. So it's going to be Chiwu and either Tyron or Shimate and Yun Hung. And you're going to struggle to get enough damage out if they ban the key CC monster. Like in that case, if they ban the Tyron. Chiwu does some pushback, but doesn't really do any damage. Yun Hung does some cycling, but... Dark Witch AoE strips, yeah, but you were just a little bit slow at those speeds because you're running a 160 Swift. So I mean, if you're running 160 Swift, you're gonna get outsped a lot, and you have no chance to proc. If it was 160 Vio or Despair, yeah. Well, I'm not trying to criticize your Swift, John. I'm trying to talk about like the balance in the box. So if you're 160 Vio or Despair here, then I see her usable. If you're plus 195 Swift, I see her usable. But if you're plus 160 Swift, I would rather see you moving into a bruiser team that's kind of supported by one or two Swift units. So the thing is, like, if you can make an OP Swift set And then that you say like your account kind of gives you a choice. You can make an OP Swift set or you can make 4 slow Swift sets. I would rather take 1 or 2 OP Swift sets, and I do the same thing on my account. So, you know, even if you just look at my account, I run 2 Swift units. I run the Sekhmet on my, well, the Sekhmet and the Ethna basically share my fastest Swift, but the Sekhmet gets the preference. And that's it. So I run these 2 units on Swift, and then that allows me to kind of break in and take the turn over the opponent. Because if I ran 7 or 8 Swift sets, then I would get outsped when they contest speed, and I would get outprocced when they use violent. So this allows me to mix my best violent, despair, and Swift together. Exactly, exactly. So what we can do with your account now, we have the Molong if you look at Molong, Bulwark, Yun Hung, right? So these 2 give you a chance to snipe. We need one more thing that can do 30% of a unit's damage. That's where like Dominic is so strong right now. Because if you had something like, if you had a Dominic in here, they would have like almost nothing to choose between, because you get a guaranteed snipe with the Molong Dominic, with the Bulwark Dominic, or with the Yun Hung Molong Bulwark. So there's like no clear ban for them. Not having the Dominic means we need to look around and see what we can find that can do some damage to kind of set things up. Now the Abellio is also going to work amazing with the Yun Hung, because now you have 2 monsters that give monster heals, 2 monsters that turn cycle. Obviously the Riley is going to work amazing with the Bulwark as well. So we've got lots of great supports, but we still only have 1 big damage dealer. Now the Yun Hung does some damage too. The Yun Hung does some damage too. Understood, John, but the goal of this is to help you find your best box so that you can work forward on what to skill up. Enough to skill up 1 monster. So from that group, it would definitely be the Juno. Poseidon, you're not probably going to likely be used. So I would skill up the Juno and then start to work on the Abellio. But let's see what else is out there. Let's see what else you have in your box. Okay, Brad's not skilled. He's not going to make a priority list. Rika's skilled. So Rika is good as a niche 5th pick. The Chloe would also fit this team super well. So this is one of those cases. It's funny because I'm not real big on Chloe, and you're the second box I'm putting Chloe into. But think about this team now. Chloe, Yun Hung, Molong Bulwark plus 1 more damage dealer. You either get the speed lead guaranteeing you take first turn with a fast Molong Bulwark. You get the speed lead with the Yun Hung guaranteeing first turn. If you get the Chloe Molong through, then you get the invincibility, so Molong takes no damage when he uses his S3. There's a lot of synergy in there. I think the Theomars definitely has a spot on this team. So because I don't, now again, this is just my recommendations. You're very welcome to go back to what you had set up. But just on my recommendations, I don't see you as playing turn 1. I see you as somebody who tries to disrupt turn 1, having the Yun Hung. What you are missing is the Hey Gang, but at least we can run a triple Revenge Vertihile, so you get one or the other 3. You're either going to get the Yun Hung or you're going to get the Vertihile through. Well, we won't be ruining the whole box, bro. We won't be ruining the whole box. We'll be setting the box that you should be running, and then I'll put on runes on a couple of key units. Like the Yun Hung build, I think is really just solid. I don't think you need to mess with the Yun Hung build. Just get it fully grinded. But along those lines, I don't think that the 2A Fairy was a great fit. I don't think Tyron's really a great fit. The Shimite, I want to see if you have other speed leads, because the Chloe will definitely work as one speed lead. Okay, yeah, I can throw some R5 in for you. Yeah, so actually Tyrannus, I was talking earlier about Tyrannus not being super useful these days, but Tyrannus Yun Hung can be useful. That cycling is pretty sick. Did we have Tyrannus in here? But we have to think about how we get in enough damage for the Molong Snipe. So that's going to be, the thing is, if we're running, because it's different, if it would be different if we were running the Bio Yun Hung, Because if we ran the Bio Yunhung and then the Yunhung could resurge them along, it's a little bit of a different story. But running the Swift Yunhung, we have to make sure we get a turn 1 snipe. If we fall short on that snipe, then we didn't do ourselves any favors. So what I really need is somebody that can do raw damage with or without immunity. That's, like I said, that's why like the Dominic is so amazing. On my account, because I have the Julienne, that's why the Julienne is so amazing. I need a monster that can do 30% damage through immunity. Preferably I need 2 of those monsters because sometimes that one monster will get stolen. Shihu could be the monster, and clearly he's unskilled. Liam also, Minato also, all do pretty big damage. The Vanessa could work in your box. I know a lot of these are unskilled, bro. We'll work on trying to bring that down. Is that 2 Tesarions? Yeah, that's 2 Tesarions. Okay. Yeah, not unless you have a Yogun in there. But I'm looking through stuff that we might have right now. No, I mean, you can see the box, bro. Also, Water Demon's kind of scary because you'd have to go S2. Yeah, so the Masha, the thing with Masha is if all units are on immunity, you won't get that much damage. Kashmir. What would this look like with Kashmir? Because Kashmir can do that damage. He's got an acceptable base HP. If we don't play him for the snipe, if we just play him to do damage, he's definitely going to be better than the Liam. He's definitely going to be better than the Liam. I like Liam's overall utility, but the fact that he's not built, Kashmir would definitely be better there. Oh, you know who else could be really good here? Chilling. I actually think Chilling could work really well here. At least you, I mean, it sucks that it's a dupe sky, but 1 LD Lightning and 10 is actually pretty good. I actually really think that Chilling has some potential. You get the strip into slow with big artifact damage. He's amazing against Masha. Yeah, exactly, Cytex. The Chilling would be able to set up a fair number of strips for you, and then the speed buff with a 320 Yunhung plus the Yunhung turn cycling. Dude, the Chilling actually feels like the best fit here. I think we can get rid of the Minato because Shihu is clearly better than Minato. So we can drop the Minato for sure, but I'm really kind of digging this idea of Chilling right here. At least, maybe not in every draft, but I think the Chilling should be runed for sure. Now the Gina, oh, that's Megan. I thought you had, oh, maybe I took the Gina out, my bad. The Gina, I think, probably can be used here. Her low base stats, man. It's the low base stats. Like, she's got 80-something HP, right? 88, 85 or something like that, I think. Oh, maybe I'm mixing her up. Okay, 10,000 HP is not terrible. 10,000 is not terrible. Honestly, the Tomo just doesn't have great synergy with the Yunhung because you're not getting you're not getting as many debuffs. She doesn't have bad synergy, don't get me wrong, because you could cycle the Tomo with the Yunhung. But does Tomo make, I mean, how does no, Linda's basically just to kill stuff. Like Linda's there to kill stuff with like an AoE set up into attack buff type thing. Like Linda's for cleave. Linda's basically for cleave, but yeah, she's anti-revive. She's for cleave, but her multipliers are low. She's really hard to give her enough damage. She needs higher multipliers, and she'd be pretty good. She's like the poor man's Chung, except she's actually like the homeless man's Chung. Not Chung, Pung. Sorry, Pungbek. She just doesn't do enough damage. Where's the Masha? I'm not seeing the Masha. Oh, here she is. She's just not built yet. Okay. Yeah, Pungbek doesn't really have a place in RTA. Pungbek's more of arena offense. Yeah, so Masha definitely should be here, and the Vanessa, I think we can see the Vanessa will have a spot for you in anti-cleave because you can run Vanessa Miho. The Vanessa doesn't even have to be skilled up for that, and the Miho doesn't either. Just 6-starred. So like if somebody is Lucianing you and you're gonna get outsped, what you can do is get in something like the Chloe, Yun Hung, Vanessa Miho +1, probably something like the Amelia. The Helena, and because you probably, like, what makes the most sense for me is for you to first pick, Yun Hung. So it depends on how you're using her. So I'm not envisioning Vanessa as part of his core because he's got too many other monsters that would be ahead of her. I'm just thinking about pivots into anti-cleave because in Fighter you'll still see a lot of Julie Lucian. So if you're first picking Yun Hung and then they draft a Bastet and they choreograph a Julie Lucian, from there you can move into Vanessa Triana with the last 2 pick of Miho +1, right? That +1 can be a Bellio, Juno, Helena. There's a few different things that could go there. But you could pivot from the Yun Hung into the Death Prevention and Revive combo here, and then you get the Miho, and you'll shut down almost all of those Julie Lucian cleaves. You can even run the Theomars there. There's a lot of different things you could do from that point. Plus 208 segment with 20k HP, 600 defense, 85. I believe so, Wojo. Yeah, that sounds perfectly fine for C2, C3. It'll happen on occasion, X. Lucifer teams, for example, also exist in Guardian. I don't see them often, but I do see, well, yeah, you got the T and Lightning, that's different. But that kind of combination also works as an anti-Lucifer cleave. I see those on occasion. Not often, but on occasion. But I definitely think the thing with the Vanessa, John, you're going to put Vanessa on Shield Will runes and just a pure tank build. Like, she doesn't need to do anything. She literally does not need to do anything. She doesn't need to be skilled up. You do need to 6-star her. That's the only thing you need to do. 6-star her, get her to level 40, put her on a just super thick Shield Will set. All she has to do is survive so that she can revive whatever dies. Because what will happen is you'll have Triana, Vanessa, Miho, Yun Hung, and then one more unit, preferably something that can do just a little bit of chip damage. I think the Helena works there because of the damage reduction. You can let the Julie through instead of the Lucian. You can also use a Bellio as long as he's on a crit damage build. You can also use the Theomars. There's a lot of different units that'll work there. But if you can keep your deaths down to just 1 death, then the Vanessa revives, the Triana cuts and heals, and you've won because the opponent's already used all their skill 3s. So that's just a lockdown right there. And the nice thing is having the Yun Hung. So I like Chloe actually. From that group of monsters we were talking about, I like the Chloe because then if they let you have Chloe Yun Hung, you're going to cut also. Although the Yun Hung may not attack bar buff enough. The Yun Hung may not attack bar buff enough. So I think we're playing Protect the Yun Hung. I take it back. The Chloe is not the fit there because taking turn 1 doesn't actually help you. And anyway, we get the speed lead from the Vanessa. So I take it back. Yeah, I think the pivot here is going to be Triana, Vanessa, Miho, plus something that can do damage. I still like the Helena and the Abellio more. Yeah, Wojo, that's fine, bro. I mean, mine, what is mine? Mine's a little bit faster, but that, seriously, bro, that's a solid segment build. That's perfectly fine. So that's 322. So the only thing that's going to outspeed that segment is the Triton. Like, if you're contesting speed, as long as you both have speed leads, and I know you run speed leads, the only thing that's going to outspeed that segment is a Triton. So you'll be fine with that. And a Wunsa. I guess a Wunsa also. But, yeah, the segment-based speed means 208 is perfectly fine. No, Sky, nobody blocked Taylor. Taylor deleted messages. All right, so John, did you have a question? Triana need to be on Nemesis. Yes, we can do the Triana build for you. So it's going to be Vio Nem, triple HP. Does not really need any kind of stats. It probably needs more than that, but let's see. This one's fine. If we can get resistance, that's amazing. Can't get resistance, so this is fine. Let's see. Okay, this is fine. A little bit of resistance there, a little res there. So I'll probably go with this one here. 6 speed, 13 speed. Okay, we do want to have a little bit of speed. We don't need much. Mine is like plus 68. Some resistance here is nice. And then we're going to go HP over speed. We can just crit rate. So we're done on the will side. Also crit rate. Okay, I guess we're not going to get the resistance, but that's fine. So we start with this. I know we have 5 bio runes. This is just how I build. Then I want to see which rune we can directly upgrade. 18 speed. I want more HP. Oh, wait a second. I did will. I meant to do Nemesis. Okay. That's a possibility. $15 res gets us a little bit more. 10 res, better speed. So let's do this. There you go. That's the anti-Cleave Triana build right there. That's the anti-Julie Lucian Triana build. And then here we're just going to go damage down from wind. It's actually a nice artifact. And then here just S2 recovery. This is all you need. The Miho you want on Vampire Nemesis, high damage, max resistance. I don't care so much about the other stats, but the max resistance does matter. So this is what you want your Miho to look like. If you can't make all these other stats, the thing you don't trade away, she needs crit damage, she needs resistance, she needs a little accuracy, everything else you can trade away. But these bottom 3 lines, that's what you cannot trade away. She also doesn't actually need more than about 70 crit rate. More is better, but 70 crit rate is fine because she is going to crit on her counters. But the main thing is you need to make sure she doesn't randomly get heal blocked, and that's why the resistance is so important. Now, a lot of Bastets are going to be max accuracy, so sometimes they'll land the heal block, but at least make sure there's not other monsters heal blocking. Make sure that if there's a Cocky, if there's a Cocky, he's a force ban, but if somehow you have to let a Cocky through, make sure he can't easily defense break, things like that. Alright, you said the Tyrannus is unskilled. I think we have too many other skill up targets, so we're going to drop him. I'm really digging the idea of chilling as that primary damage dealer. Really digging the idea of the chilling there. I think the chilling makes a lot of sense. Shouldn't do enough. I feel like she synergizes great with both Molong and Yun Hung, but I feel like you would just be stuck without enough damage if you drafted her, so that would be an issue. So yeah, I think the Theo still belongs in your box. From a support perspective, because the Triana is going to have a very specific build, I think we need the Riley, the Lulu, the Chloe. Abellio is going to help you against anti-cleave type stuff. The Kashmir is intriguing to me. But I think that because he's unskilled, just thinking about Devil priority, right? I think that you're going to be better off, like, Shihu makes more sense than Kashmir. Shihu can set up a Molong better than Kashmir can because of artifact damage. I think the chilling also doesn't need skill ups, and I think the chilling you're going to want to put on Despair. It's pretty freaking toxic. So the chilling with the speed buff is going to synergize amazingly with the Unhung. I think the Abellio obviously is going to be really good in a lot of these matches. In terms of Devil priority, probably I would go Shihu first, followed by the Masha. Followed by Abellio. Shihu, Masha, Abellio. No, the Juno. Okay, so I would go Shihu, Juno, Masha. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I would go Shiho, Masha, Juno. Shiho, Masha, Juno. Yeah, Shiho, Masha, Juno, followed by Abelio. Is there any role for Shimate here anymore? We have the Chloe speed lead. Is there a role for Gina and Shimate? Those are the two we need to think about. So you have Vanessa speed lead, but she's going to be in a set build that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. By the way, what up, Shane? How you doing? What up, HOD? How you doing? I'm hard-pressed to see where the Shimate makes a ton of sense. I think in most cases where you need a speed lead, the Chloe would suffice. And I think in most cases, if you tried to run Shimate and Chloe together, it would wind up being a bad draft. Yeah, I think usually what you want to make them do is try and choose between banning your speed lead or your Yunhung and just split it and go with one speed lead. That's probably where I would be at for you. Now the Gina, same thing. I mean, you're not gonna need double strip comps, and Gina's obnoxious in Special League, but Chun is just better. Chung is just better, and you really don't need a second stripper here because well, you have Juno also. If they take the Chung, you're drafting the Juno. I don't think the Gina does enough here. So also trying to think in terms of rune depth. We don't want to have too many monsters ruined. We don't want to make the drafts too complicated. I want to make sure that all of these monsters serve a role and don't duplicate roles. And I feel like this is probably a pretty good place for you to start. This is about where I would have your box. Now, keep in mind your speed tuning, so you're going to want to have, the chilling needs to be a little bit faster than the mobile. And chilling will not be able to, for example, chilling's not going to set up a snipe on a Diana. So you're not going to be able to use the chilling to snipe the Diana. Sorry, not Cashmere. Shihu is also going to be a little bit difficult to snipe the Diana. So this comp will be weak against Dianas. But you could definitely dismount a Masha, for example. If you drop the Shihu first, you could very easily dismount the Masha. Dominic is iffy, but most Dominics are built around 30k, right? Most Dominics are built around 30k HP because they need a lot of attack. With an HP lead, because that's what he has, you figure he's going to be somewhere around 35. So for the Mo Long, because where you're going to be weakest in this particular comp is against wind monsters, I would definitely have damage on wind on the attribute artifact. 9% is what we've got, so 9% is what we're going to work with, unless maybe there's a defense one. Damage taken from wind, but that's, yeah, I think we don't want attack. I think this is probably where we would go. Not a great fit, but it's where we would go. Do we want, maybe this one's a little bit better. This has additionals also. I think we just use the defense. So just mathing it out, you can assume that like the Dominics, they have 35k. The Molong's gonna do about 24 with the artifact, something like that. It'll do 21, 20, 23, 4 plus 9%. I actually do about 26. So you're gonna need to be able to do right around 10k damage to the Dominic. That means your Shihu's going to have to be doing about 1,000 damage per hit from the artifacts in order to bring it down. If your artifacts will not let the Shihu get up to about 2,000 a hit, basically. If the Shihu gets up to 2,000 a hit, you should be able to snipe a Dominic. If the Shihu does not get up to 2,000 a hit, you probably can't snipe a Dominic, but you can still snipe most fire and water monsters. So that's probably about where you're going to be at with that. I think the chilling, he only does 3 hits, but he does get strip into the slow, and he has higher base multiplier. So depending on the build with the chilling, you can kind of go back and forth between those two, but a lot of times you're going to want to try and protect yourself. So, for example, having the Chloe or the Riley in the drafts will help. Now, for the Molong, it's kind of hard to do some of these builds. I mean, some builds are really straightforward. You can do them on stream. I saw you ask for more builds. Some builds are a little bit trickier. When you're building a box from scratch, if I build one monster in a vacuum, then it may not line up with the speed tuning of anything else. And then it's also like any of the monsters that are not 6-star, I can't really do much with them. So I can tell you where you should be with the builds, but if I try and build them, then you may not be able to speed tune everything else around them. That's where it gets trickier. Like it's one thing. Like we were on one of the, I think Jax's account earlier, and all his monsters were building, and were built already, and I was just kind of adjusting the speeds to get closer to those monsters. It's another when you're just kind of building everything out from scratch. But generally speaking, I think the Molong can have little less HP. He should have more defense. You want him to have crit rate, but you don't have to have him on crit rate. We definitely want him to be on. We definitely want him to be on Violent for this team. So you've got the Unhung, you've got turn cycling with the Chilling, you've got Chloe, you've got Riley. So it's more important just to make sure that he's got the ability to. This is a great Molong rune. But make sure he's got the ability to kind of cycle through and get those extra strips and stuns. They're RNG, they're rare, but they happen, right? So if we just look at something like trying not to take your fastest runes anywhere, but just runes that generally make sense, what would our build look like? That's a much better rune. Problem is, see, if I just take the fastest rune in every slot, how are you ever going to get anything in front of him? So that's where the trick of this is. Like when I talk about the importance of, or when I talk about why it's really hard to like just build the first monster, because the first monster, I actually have a long process that I run through the optimizer, and we're not really accomplishing that here. But just on like a quick build, I won't apply this unless we can get the Chung rune off. So let's see. That one's acceptable. That one's not bad. That one's not bad. It probably is right here, right? So that doesn't take a rune from Chung. Okay, which of these was weakest? Probably the slot 5. So let's go will 5 HP over speed. Crit damage we don't need. Crit rate, this one's pretty good. Gem in some defense on this. So something like this, I don't know if this is going to be too fast for you to play or not. I want to keep emphasizing that, like, because we didn't properly speed tune. But generally speaking, you want to try and get everything over 200 speed, because the Swift players, if they get a speed buff, will lap you. So somebody at 300 speed with a speed buff is now running over 400 speed. So my minimum goal for like most people is to try and get them all to 200 speed, if you have the ability to do that. In this case, this is Molong at 212. Now think about the monsters that have to go in front of Molong. Chilling has to be faster. Theomars has to be faster. Bulwark has to be faster. The Riley, actually, you're going to want the Riley slower, because after the Molong goes with his S3, you want the Riley to heal him up. So the Riley is slower, but she's still got to be close. Shihu has to be faster, but he's easy because of the base speed. Chilling, though, low base speed. Lulu, I don't know. Lulu could go in front or behind, either way. Probably behind is fine. But the Theo's got a low base speed. The Masha, well, generally you just want Masha faster. And then the Chilling's got a low base speed. So those are probably the three big challenges. It's going to be the Bulwark, the Chilling, and maybe the Theo. If you can get all three of those in front of Molong with good builds, then this is probably a pretty solid build for Molong right around here. If you cannot get those in front of him, then slow the Molong down a little bit and make sure that everybody's going in the right order. Now we did get this rune is good. This one right here, we got plenty of accuracy. I don't think we really need more accuracy, so you could do some additionals right here. Could try and do some like additional by HP if we have a good artifact that does that. Additional by speed, either one. That's not bad. Yeah, that's attribute though. Whoops. Type. Depending on how that one rolls. Okay, see, this is not bad at all. The speed buff actually would turn him out of... The speed buff, the only thing is the speed buff will put him out of order with the Chilling on the team. So we actually want to take that speed buff off. When you have some conversion stones, you want to take the speed buff off and just try to get any other additional. Any other additional is great. If not additional, then a skill 2 accuracy is fine also. But there you go. So we get the HP, the defense. This is going to be a much... So even though he lost 10k HP, he's much faster and he's got a lot more defense. He'll probably play better for you. What up, Christopher? So I do 2 community helps a month. One is for channel members, one is open to everybody. And then I usually will do 1 or 2 other streams that have some kind of generalized help theme. Like it could be RTA with viewers or things like that. So, but yeah, there's going to be two dedicated community help streams like this one, and then usually 1 or 2 other that are just kind of like specific kind of help streams. But there you go, John. So I'd be hard-pressed to do more builds than this because speed tuning is so important. Like maybe the best thing, yeah, honestly, no. I don't want to do, he has no mana, Bronson. I can't max the slot 5 because he has no mana. Yeah, I was going to say like maybe I could try and do the Juno, but honestly, speed tuning is so important. You need to figure out if that's the right speed for the Molong, and then everything else gets built around that speed. There's no value in you having a 250 Juno if the Molong is running at 220. Your Juno needs to be close to your Molong speed, otherwise the enemy is just going to cleanse whatever's Juno's done. They're going to reduce the damage, right? Same thing, there's no value in you having a 250 Theomars. If the Theomars is there to set up the Molong damage, why do we want a 250 Theomars? It just doesn't work. So, along those lines, as I'm thinking about it, well, yeah, the Yunhung is going to boost up the Molong, but the Yunhung won't always boost up the Molong. Sometimes the Yunhung might boost up a CC unit or whatever. I would still rather see you going in more of a conventional team, especially because the Yunhung does have the attack bar boost here. So I think a lot of times what you'll probably do is use the Yunhung skill 2 to attack bar boost, use the Molong to snipe, so something like a Theomar's Molong or a Chilling Molong to snipe. Riley heals the Molong up, and then the Yunhung will turn cycle because they're gonna target the Molong. So the Riley will heal the Molong maybe 15k HP. The Molong's still gonna be half health. They'll target the Molong as long as he survives. The Yunhung brings you back to full health, and then it's GG. So that's kind of the ideal. What up, Chris? I appreciate that, man. All right, John. Yeah, I think that's about what I can do for you, bro. Like, if I build more units, they're not going to be built properly. That's just unfortunately where it stands. Is the speed tuning needs to be determined first. That would be done through the optimizer, and that would be a whole longer thing. But you're very welcome, bro. Good luck with your team, man. I think this should do pretty well for you. I think you'll have some fun with it. It lets you really flex the Unhung. This is a legit build, man. This is a legit build. Don't forget you've got 3 runes that still need attack grinds also. 3 swift runes that still need attack grinds. Alright. So guys, we're going to do one last wing on my account, and then we're going to wrap up from there. We'll do one last wing. Christopher, because additional damage is true damage. It ignores defense, so it depends on the unit. It's not always true. It's not always true. For example, Lucian will a lot of times be better with a skill 3 crit damage, but for monsters that do lower damage, additional damage is usually like a monster like Juno, for example. Juno doesn't do a lot of damage, but she takes a lot of turns. So if you give her lots of additional damage on her artifacts, then it brings her hits up to like 2,000 regardless of the enemy's defense, and that becomes pretty OP. Axe, I'm actually, I'm 4.5 hours through stream, so this is definitely it for me. I gotta get something to eat, bro. Yeah, John, safe to log back in. Yeah, here's the Dominic stats. Yeah, you got it, man. he go for Bulwark? Okay, he's going for the Croc. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Come on, man. Yeah, I don't even feel the least bit bad about that proc. I don't even feel the least bit bad about that proc, bro. Not even a little bit. I feel worse about landing nothing, but I mean, he had the Hay Gang, so it didn't really matter, but just general principle and all that, you know? Please don't proc, Dominic. I knew he was going to proc there. Really? Really, Volantis? Really? And you get stunned. Nice. Good job, Volantis. Good job.
Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
Come on, bro. Wow. Single target stuns galore. That's GG. Probably stun me again. Oh, you had the S2. Okay. I call Lucksack on that one. I call Lucksack on that. Not terrible Lucksack. I've had worse, but man, this game is frustrating sometimes. D's, huh? I'll probably draft him along here. Oh, he goes not. Oh, that's dirty. Ban the Han. I still lose, right? Okay. So he bans Volantis. Yeah, I have no choice. Okay, I have a chance now. I have a chance. Depends on if I outspeed the Han. Okay, I did outspeed the Han. That was big. Let's just take the stun. Or not. Yeah, or not. Stuns are overrated. Taylor, there's a command. It's !give. Did he really just resist like 5 times? Nice. And he procced again. Beautiful. Love it. Love it. Love it. Wait, you didn't stun the Sekhmet? How'd you not stun the Sekhmet, bro? Actually, I still think I win this, though. Game is trying its hardest to make sure I don't, though. That's for sure. All right, segment. You want to try again? There's more food for Juno. Yeah, let's not let the Juno stun. Nice proc. Thing is, the Masha's not going to be able to kill the Riley Julienne. Nothing here could have killed the Riley Julienne, so it was over. That's when you get the baby quad roll and you have no grinds, Bronson. It'd be like 26 speed, too slow to actually use, and you'll have no grinds. I wonder if he's smart enough to let the Leo Julienne through and ban the Dominic. Kind of gambling here. Yeah. He bans the Bulwark. Interesting. You're gonna try and snipe the Dominic and let the Leo damage nerf the Julienne. Okay, that's smart. That's actually really smart. Good draft on his part. Not a huge fan of Daphnis in general. I think there's better units that could have done the same thing, but good draft. Let's do this. Ooh. For what it's worth, Daphnis is usually built around 50 accuracy, so that was probably a 50-50 because my Leo is max res. Julienne does speed scaling damage, bro. So the Leo nerfs the Julienne damage, but a lot of times with LDs, people don't always know all the ins and outs of them. And so for me, that makes it like, it was a little bit of a game of chicken. I don't think I would do it if the match mattered. But there was always that chance that he wouldn't realize the Leo nerfs the Julienne, and I could have gotten the comp I wanted, because the Leo also nerfs the Miles and the Masha. Long's the play here? It's probably got some attack built into it. I think mine's doing around 1900 before it scales. So that's a big difference, but she probably has some attack built into her. Perna into double resets and gives me the Oblivion to throw back. He still probably wins, to be fair. He still probably wins, to be fair. But, interesting. Leo or Rakan? So I have not used Rakan very much, but I think Leo can be used without skill ups. And that makes for a big difference. So I would probably do the Rakan because I think the Leo can be used without skill ups. Yeah, if I win this, it'll mostly be on a luck sack. That was not well played by me, I don't think. At some point, I might proc. I don't know, has he procced either, though? It's probably fair. I don't think he's procced either. Well, he has now, that's for sure. He definitely has now. Alright, so without the chance for Oliver to proc, yeah, I've lost. Bro, okay. I was trying to be like, oh, it's fair, it's fair. And then he just, every single turn's a proc. But I think he outdrafted me there. I feel like I missed some things. I don't know if I would have missed them off stream or not. It was such a weird draft, but I definitely feel like I missed some things in that comp. I feel like I'm overdrafting the segment. I'm struggling to counter some things still this season. Yeah, I was kind of on the fence about taking the Bulwark there, but Shizuka into definitely struggling to get a feel for where some of these drafts are going right now, I think. I'm also working so many new monsters into my box. I'm a little bit like all over the place. Diana's such food for Dominic, though. Bulwark strips, Dominic pushes back, Diana never takes a turn. As far as Tessa, this is where mine is built. I feel like this is probably on the low side, though. I don't know if I love this build, but this is what it is right now. Probably needs HP artifacts. I'll test it out a little bit. Yeah, I just don't have enough snipe stuff built right now. My box is still only half built, so that does create issues. I have like 18 out of 42 monsters built. That definitely creates some issues for me, at least in these drafts at the moment. Oh, rip the counter! Rip the counter. And the procs. Rip the procs too. Rip it all. And the resistance, just for fun. And the proc. That's GG, right? Do we get the kill here? Oh, we get the kill here. Maybe it's not GG yet. The resistance is not doing me favors, though. Alright, that was my turn. Yeah, so this is the Nana build. My theory with this is that most people don't target Nana early in the match. It happens on occasion, but more often than not, they ignore the Nana. So I may as well get some damage out of her. She doesn't have the greatest multipliers, but she does a little bit. I mean, that match right there very well may have been won because the Nana was in a damage build. And then just some additionals there. What up, Jason? Alright, guys. On that note, I think I do need to go get something to eat. I am starving, and once again, that spam is brutal. Masha build? Yeah, I can show you the Masha build. So here's the Masha. Alright guys, so as always, I appreciate you hanging out on stream. I will catch you guys on the next stream. Have a good one, guys.